This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound.
Please take your seats. Mr Matthew O'Toole has been given leave to make a statement on the death of Derek Mahon, which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. If other members wish to be called, they should do so by rising in their places and continuing to do so. All members called will have up to 3 minutes to speak on the subject. I would remind members that I will not take any points of order on this or any other matter until the item of business has finished. I call Mr Matthew O'Toole.
Mr Speaker, thank you for granting this matter of the day to mark the passing of one of Ireland's great poets. Derek Mahon was the son and grandson of Harland and Wolff shipyard workers. Born and raised in Skeganeel in North Belfast, the family later moved to Glengormley. He was schooled at Inst and then Trinity. He belonged to an extraordinary generation of Ulster poets who came of age in the years before the Troubles. Born within a few years of one another were Mahon, Seamus Heaney, Michael Longley, Stuart Parker and Seamus Dean. Mahon, like the others, found a subject in the unique predicament of this place and our history. In Camus and Ulster, he wrote of our northern land of rain and haze, our cherished foe. In Carradore Churchyard, a poem written at the grave of another Ulster poet, Louis MacNeice, he wrote carefully of the ambiguities and complexities of this place. He wrote of what he called a fragile, solving ambiguity that poetry could represent. Mr Speaker, and in this chamber and in this part of the world, we could all reflect on the fragile but healing quality of ambiguity. Mahon's own life contained ambiguities. An Ulster Protestant from a working-class background, most of his adult life was lived in the far south of Ireland, specifically in Kinsale. Much of his work is inspired not just by the beauty, but by the beautiful banality of places across this island, from Rathlin to Achill to perhaps most memorably a disused shed in County Wexford. But it would be wrong to pigeonhole this great writer as simply a poet of the North's troubles, or even simply of Ireland. He was a genuinely international figure, as evidenced by the attention paid to his passing all over the world. He lived and wrote in both the US and France. He won numerous awards and honours both in Ireland and internationally, but perhaps this year saw the greatest honour for any writer of verse to bring solace and inspiration to tens or indeed hundreds of thousands of people. Earlier this year, as we faced into the pandemic, his beautiful work, Everything is Going to Be All Right, acted as a consolation to people across Ireland and indeed around the world. In the weeks to come, Mr. Speaker, we may be in need of some more of that solace. The sun rises in spite of everything, Mahon wrote, and the far cities are beautiful and bright. I lie here in a riot of sunlight, watching the day break and the clouds flying. Everything is going to be all right. Mr. Speaker, in passing on our condolences to his partner and his family, let us give thanks that an artist of such profound talent came from this place and used his talent in such a wonderful way.
Thank you, and I call Christopher Stalford, and can I welcome Christopher, you back as the Principal Deputy Speaker to the House following your recent bout of illness again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. It would be hard to describe Derek Mahon and his life as anything other than a life well lived. And speaking as someone who comes from the city of Belfast and has lived in the city my entire life, I think we can all be very, very proud of the contribution that a native son of the city of Belfast has made to the world of literature. Derek Mahon came from a very similar background to myself. He came from a working-class family. His father and grandfather worked in Harland and Wolff shipyard, and his mother worked in a linen mill. He was educated at Inst, Trinity, and at the Sorbonne. He travelled extensively to France, Canada, and the United States of America. He had a lifelong friendship with Michael Longley, who, as a member of Belfast City Council, I was very honoured to nominate for the freedom of the city of Belfast, along with Mr O'Toole's predecessor, the now Member of Parliament for South Belfast. Mr Mahon had dozens of collections published, and his contribution to literature can never be underestimated. It's rare to have 3 biographies of oneself written in one's own lifetime, but that has occurred in Mr Mahon's case and is demonstrative of the high esteem that he is held in. My constituency colleague, Mr O'Toole, made reference to his poem, Everything is Going to Be All Right. And I think in the context of the times in which we are living, it is important that we remember those sentiments. On behalf of my own party and myself, I extend my deepest condolence to his family and his friends, his many friends, at this very sad time. Thank you, sir.
And I call Sinead Ennis.
Mr Speaker. Derek Mahon was arguably one of the finest poets Ireland has ever produced. A contemporary of Seamus Heaney, as Matthew O'Toole has pointed out. His influence in Irish poetry and the literary world is immense. Through these uncertain times, the power of Derek Mahon's words, in his famous poem, Everything is Going to Be All Right, in his line in that poem where he says, the sun rises in spite of everything, this gave comfort to many of us as we face the daunting challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. So on behalf of myself and the Sinn Féin team, I want to extend our sincerest sympathies and condolences to the family and friends of Derek Mahon. And
I call John Stewart.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party to pay tribute to Derek Mahon and also to send our sympathies and thoughts to his family. As has already been said, Mr Mahon joined a long list of Ulster great writers and poets, and it has often been said that he wove together history, personal demons, quiet contemplation in works that could be dark, but often in a true Northern Irish fashion spoke of renewal and positivity. His Irish. He was a leading Irish poet whose verses could be lyrical, pessimistic, sombre, witty, classically structured, but full of contemporary themes. And I think while his passing today is tragic, I think his works and will live long into the memory. And like I say, our thoughts are with his family at this time.
And I call John Blair.
Mr Speaker, all of us who love poetry in Northern Ireland, and indeed many beyond, will be very saddened to learn of the death of Derek Mahon, one of our great writers, and it comes home particularly to people from North Belfast and South Antrim, as his early poem Glengormley originated in that area, and I quote from it: "By necessity, if not choice, I live here too." As one, Mr Speaker, who does live there too, I, on my own behalf and that of my Alliance Party colleagues, extend deepest sympathy to Derek's partner Sarah, their 3 children, and those across the arts sector who will, of course, mourn his passing as well.
Thank you, and I know no further speakers. Then that concludes the matter of the day. The first item of business on the order paper is a motion regarding committee membership. As with other similar motions, it will be treated as a business motion and there will be no debate. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Mr Philip McGuigan replace Mr Sean Lynch as a member of the Committee for Finance, that Ms Emma Rogan replace Ms Emma Sheeran as a member of the Audit Committee, and that Mr Sean Lynch replace Mr Colm Gildernew as a member of the Committee on Standards and Privileges. And
I call John O'Dowd to move the motion.
Moved.
The question is, members, that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. Members, the next item on the order paper is a motion to approve a statutory rule, and I will ask the clerk to read the motion.
That the Pension Protection Fund, Moratorium and Arrangements for Companies in Financial Difficulty, Regulations Northern Ireland 2020 be approved.
I call the Minister for Communities to move the motion. Minister.
Beg to move.
Thank you. And the Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. Please open the debate on the motion.
The rule that we are considering today is, of course, very technical, so it will be helpful just to provide a bit of background. So the Pensions Fund provides compensation for members' eligible occupational pension schemes, and where the sponsoring employer is insolvent and the scheme has insufficient assets to pay benefits at the fund compensation levels. So if a qualifying insolvency event occurs in relation to an employer of a pension scheme eligible for protection by the Pensions Protection Fund, the scheme will enter an assessment period to enable the Pension Protection Fund to assess whether or not the scheme is eligible to transfer into the fund. Under pensions law, during the assessment period, the rights of trustees or managers of the scheme in relation to any debt due to them by the employer are accessible by the Pensions Protection Fund. In light of COVID-19, the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 2020 made changes to the corporate insolvency regime and created new processes, including a moratorium, which offer breathing space and flexibility to give companies an opportunity to explore rescue options free from creditor action. Under pensions legislation, similar corporate rescue processes are treated as insolvency events. When such an event occurs in relation to an employer of an eligible occupational pension scheme, the Pensions Protection Fund assesses the scheme and, amongst other things, takes over the scheme's trustees or manager's role as a creditor of the sponsoring employer. A moratorium is not included as an insolvency event, therefore, the normal safeguards within the legislation are not engaged. These regulations provide specific protection for pension schemes and, by extension, the Pension Protection Fund during a moratorium pursuant to the Insolvency Northern Ireland Order 1989. They provide the Pension Protection Fund with creditors' rights in certain specified circumstances when a company in a limited liability partnership or relevant cooperative society or community benefit society obtains a moratorium from creditor action under the new process. The regulations ensure that a moratorium does not leave pension schemes and the Pension Protection Fund without appropriate protections in place. They enable the Pensions Protection Fund to take on scheme trustees or managers' role as a creditor during the period of a moratorium is in force in specified circumstances. However, the scheme trustees or managers are not completely excluded, as it is recognised that they also play an important role in protecting members' interests to provide the appropriate balance before the Pensions Protection Fund participates in a decision-making process to the exclusion of the scheme trustees or managers. It is required to consult with them. As I said from the outset, it's somewhat technical, but I hope members appreciate why these regulations are necessary. I beg to move.
Thank you, and I call the chairperson of the Committee for Communities, Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The committee considered this statutory rule at its meeting on the 9th of September. As the Minister has said, the statutory rule provides specific protection for pension schemes and for the Pension Protection Fund during a moratorium in accordance with the Insolvency Northern Ireland Order 1989. The Pension Protection Fund operates across the UK and provides an important safety net for members of defined benefit schemes. The regulations provide that during any period in which such a moratorium is in force, the creditors' rights of the same, trustees or managers, are to be exercised by the Pension Protection Fund in certain circumstances after consultation with the scheme's trustees or managers. The committee note that the regulations make, in relation to Northern Ireland, provision corresponding to that already contained in regulations made by the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions in relation to Great Britain. The committee is content to recommend that the Assembly approve these regulations. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
And I call Sinead Annis.
Can I thank the Minister for her detailed outline of the regulations before us today, and also to the Chair, Paula Bradley, for her Chair of the Committee, for her further clarity provided. They are, as we've said or we've heard, highly technical in nature and necessary as a result of the changes made to the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act. These changes were made in response to the pandemic, and during these uncertain times it is important that additional measures are put in place to help businesses to stay afloat and protect jobs, and the moratorium is one such measure. It is equally important, however, that this does not negatively impact on current protections for pension schemes and indeed the Pension Protection Fund, and these regulations seek to address this issue. I support the motion.
There are no further speakers. Then I will call the Minister for Communities, Ms Carol Ní Killen, to wind.
And just very briefly, just thank the committee for their support, and indeed I think everyone realises and recognises that these additional protections are necessary, so I commend a motion to the House.
Members, the question is that the Pension Protection Fund moratorium and arrangements for companies in financial difficulty regulations Northern Ireland 2020 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Could I ask members to take their ease for a moment or two to change the table? Thank you. Okay, members, we'll take the next item on the order paper, and the next item is a motion on the appointment of a Victims of Crime Commissioner. I will ask the clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly agrees that all victims of crime deserve to receive the same support following a criminal offence being perpetrated against them and during any judicial proceedings, and calls on the Minister of Justice to conduct a feasibility study into the appointment of a Victims of Crime Commissioner who would act as a focal point, champion and advocate and bring forward best practice in dealing with and supporting victims of crime.
Thank you, and I call Doug Beattie to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you, and the Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1.5 hours for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for every crime, there is a victim. There is no such thing as a victimless crime, and therefore in our society we have got thousands of victims. Victims suffering physically, victims suffering mentally, and victims suffering emotionally. Victims of antisocial behaviour, of scams, victims of burglaries, assaults, muggings, victims of fraud, domestic abuse, drink and drug driving, victims of murder. Of course, there are underlying reasons for crime: social economic reasons, poverty, disadvantagement, disengagement, drugs and alcohol abuse, our divided society, and of course mental health issues. Addressing the causes of crime are fundamental to helping create less victims, and I'm happy that these points are pointed out during this debate to allow for balance and for understanding. But this motion is about looking at crime through the eyes of the victim, because only through the prism of the victim can we understand what they are going through. This Assembly will know that I have raised this issue on multiple occasions, on the floor, in debate, in oral and written questions, in the Justice Committee. This is not a vanity project. It is not a hobby horse subject. This is born out of listening to victims and trying to understand what they are going through as the investigation progresses, as a perpetrator is found or indeed is not found, the court case, and what happens next. All of these things happen after the crime takes place, and the victim has to deal with them in a rolling basis. In 2017, I spoke to Charles Little, and I know the Minister has spoken to Charles, but I spoke to Charles 2017. His family, the Caudry family, lost their parents, Michael and Marjorie Caudry, to a brutal murder by a mental health patient. They aren't alone in this. The murderer, Thomas Scott McEntee, was a mental health patient, and the failure to deal with this issue directly led to the murders. But speaking to Charles Little, it was clear that he had to go through a lot of these processes in dealing with the murder of his family members alone. They had to walk the path alone. They had to move out of their home because their home was now a crime scene, and they had no help in moving out. They had to fight to understand what had happened to their family members, what information they could get, who was responsible. And to their credit, and I say this to their credit, they do not hold Mr McEntee solely responsible for the murder of their loved ones. Of course, we can all highlight victims who have not had the support that they deserve. Every one of us, I know we were, and that is from somebody who has suffered a burglary to somebody who has suffered a scam, right up to other issues. People such as Peter Dolan, whose son, Enda Dolan, just 18 years old, was killed by a drug and drink driver. Horrific, horrendous circumstances, and many of you will have spoken to him and will know this. Peter needed help when his son was killed. He needed support during the court case. He needed understanding as he fought for a tougher sentence to the perpetrator. He still needs that today. He has not stopped being a victim. The perpetrator will be released after 4.5 years behind bars for the killing of Enda. And Mr Dolan is going to have to deal with that again. And these are the issues that we need to look at, is how do we support these people in whole life support. In July this year, the Criminal Justice Inspectorate released its report on victims and witnesses. It highlighted that many victims just do not understand their rights and do not know how to access support. Of course, there was an obligatory recommendation that the police and the Victims and Witnesses Care Unit needs more training. And of course they need more training, because training is endless, development is endless. But also in the report was that there was too much emphasis put on process, and that hindered meaningful engagement with victims and the impact the crime was having on them and having on their families. There is a victims' charter in place, but who is the champion for it? Who makes sure it is up to date? Who makes sure it is fit for purpose? Who champions it? In the Queen's speech in December 2019, new legislation to support victims of crime and their families was announced. This new legislation is being driven forward now by Alex Chalk MP, with the Victims Commissioner for England and Wales, promoting the voice of the victim to inform that legislation. Who is doing similar for Northern Ireland? Who is promoting the voice of the victim at the highest level? The charity, Victims NI, is doing a fantastic job, and I know people will mention them today, but they need support. Who is or who could be liaising with Alex Chalk MP about new legislation? Who could be informing the domestic abuse bill from a victim's perspective? And I'm going to mention now and commend the Chair and the Vice Chair of the Justice Committee and the Committee itself for the work that they've done in scrutinising the domestic abuse bill. I think it's been truly fantastic. And the issue about a domestic abuse commissioner has been raised on multiple occasions. Who could be feeding into the sentencing review and consultation on behalf of the victim or the new hate legislation? The answer is a dedicated Victim of Crimes Commissioner whose sole remit is to ensure support for victims of crime. That's their job. That's what they do. And I note the two amendments to this motion that came forward from Alliance Party and the DUP. And I will say that I would have been minded to support both amendments, because both amendments added value to the motion and it addressed the issue in hand. So today, I'm hoping the Justice Minister will announce something substantive, that she is minded to appoint a Victims of Crime Commissioner and possibly link into the legislation presently going through Westminster, if not in the full term, certainly in the short term, because this mandate is so short. If unable to do so, I hope there is an interim commissioner until one is put on a statutory footing. What is clear, Mr. Speaker, until we start looking at some of these issues through the eyes of the victims, we're going to continually fail them, if not directly, then indirectly. This motion is absolutely a blunt instrument. It looks at the issue through primary colours. I accept that. There are far more issues to be added to this, to be debated on this, and I'm sure they will be raised here, and I hope they are, because we need that balance. But what victims of crime need, all victims of crime, from the lowest crime to the highest crime, is somebody who is going to fight their corner. And when something goes wrong, when something is not right, that person is the person who will go and liaise with the Justice Minister or liaise with other agencies to put it right. That's the important part. Therefore, I hope this Assembly can join me in supporting this motion, because it's not contentious, because we all know victims out there. We have all dealt with them, and we all want to do the best for them. And I believe that a Victims of Crime Commissioner is the first step in doing that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Paul Given.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the member for bringing forward the motion, which we will be supporting. I am disappointed, though, that the motion needed to be brought forward, and I want to elaborate on that. In 2012, the Victims Commission, or the Justice Committee, which I chaired, launched an inquiry into the experiences of victims and witnesses of the criminal justice system. I think I might be the only member of that committee that's still on the Justice Committee now today, via some other changes in that path. At the time, Raymond McCartney was the Vice Chairman, Tom Elliott was an Ulster Unionist representative, and Alban McGuinness represented the SDLP along with some other members. But that committee gathered extensive evidence. I remember being in the North West, listening to victims talking about their experience and how they had been let down by the criminal justice system. That included those that were family members who had lost their loved ones through murder, to those that had engaged in smaller criminal impacts upon them of burglary and theft. And we heard the devastating impact that the whole spectrum of crimes had upon victims. And we heard then how they felt let down by the system. That committee produced a unanimous report that made comprehensive recommendations in 2012. And here we are, 8 years later, and the issues that were being raised then are being raised today. Now, whenever Assembly committees produce reports, they're not meant to go on a shelf. And committees follow up on that, as the Justice Committee followed up on it on numerous occasions. And there have been some of those recommendations that have been implemented. A Victims and Witness Care Unit, something that members went over to Great Britain. We've seen it firsthand how that was working. And those Victims and Witness Care Units came online here in Northern Ireland, and the latest Criminal Justice Inspectorate report highlights that there is good work taking place in those units, but there could be much more to be done. That committee also recommended that there should be a Victims Charter, which then became legislation in 2015, which sets down legal rights that victims have to be afforded to. The Sagini report and investigation found that not one victim of crime that they had spoken to was aware of the Victims Charter. Not one. And yet it is a legal document that enshrines rights upon those victims, and the basic kind of information and way in which they engage with statutory authorities should be afforded to them. The report went on and highlights how the PSNI often would just deal with the Charter as a tick box exercise and misses the victim behind the process that they're following. And so if we're going to have a victims-centred criminal justice system, there needs to then be change. And whenever this House, through the committee, recommended change, when we have the Sagini report 8 years later highlighting some aspects that are good but other aspects that have failed, it needs to be listened to. And some of the recommendations talks about change at leadership level. 4 strategic recommendations in the Sagini report, 12 operational recommendations. Of the strategic ones, it talks about leadership within the Department of Justice. And that's where we look to the Minister. As we look to the previous Minister, David Ford, at the time when the committee worked with him and produced that report, and good work was done. So we need leadership driven at the top. The report recommends how those involved in senior leadership positions in the Department of Justice need to be active members of the Victims and Witness Unit Steering Group. Now, to many people that would seem to make sense, and it shouldn't require a report to make that recommendation, but nevertheless it does. And so I would like to hear from the Minister committing that the senior leadership within her department will become active members of the steering group and provide that kind of oversight, because the report highlights how those units can be very beneficial at gathering the right kind of information that then can be extrapolated across the criminal justice system, and real meaningful change can take place. And so that's where we come to the motion. Based upon the evidence of 2012 and what the member for Upper Bann has brought now, and the criticism in the Sagini report, that requires, at a minimum, the feasibility study for a Victims Commissioner of Crime, because there needs to be accountability and we need structures put in place to hold ministers to account.
I would ask the member to draw his remarks to a close.
The committee will continue to do this work, and I support the motion because more clearly needs to be done. I thank the member for bringing it.
Iram Sir Linda Dillon, Hon Can call Linda.
I think that much of what has been said, both by the proposer, and I thank you for bringing the motion to the House today, and by the chair of the committee, will probably be repeated across this House today, which maybe lends to we possibly should have looked at something as a committee motion, which obviously carries with it some weight, and I think that has value. However, the motion is here, and I think that probably you will be getting support across the House. I'm sure that it will be carried, and therefore hopefully the Minister will give a positive response. I think that it's good in terms of asking for the feasibility study, because that shows that you're starting at the right starting point, not just saying we need something, but saying look at what we need, if we need it, what responsibility should be given to that Commissioner. So I think all of that is extremely important. And our starting point obviously is that we have to look to victims first. And that's victims right across the board. So we have everything from, as we've all heard over recent months, and in my role as Deputy Chair of the Justice Committee, have heard many of those who have suffered domestic abuse at every level, whether it's physical, whether it's coercive, whether it's sexual abuse, all of the different types of abuse where children are involved and other family members. So all of this is I suppose, really important in terms of highlighting to us why victims actually do need to be listened to. And I think that is what we need to look to going forward. And what Paul has outlined previously shows that the report is there, all of the evidence is there, but there are many reports and recommendations out there. So there's the Gillen report and recommendations. There are many, many others, and I think maybe as a committee that's what we need to do. Look at what reports and recommendations are there and see what has been implemented, what could actually have an impact. And in the absence of the Victims Commissioner, what can we do to ensure that they are implemented? So we as a committee have a lot of work to do, but it's about holding our Minister to account. Our work is about holding the Minister to account and ensuring that the recommendations that are made to the department are carried out, and to all of the other organisations too, whether it's PSNI or any other of the organisations. There are a number of different models in terms of victim support and advocacy, and I think that we need to look to all of those and look at what is involved and what they cover. So there are models. Obviously there's a model in the south and it has quite an extensive role, and again across the water in England and Wales. Scotland have decided not to go with a Victims Commissioner. That doesn't mean that that's the right approach, and that's why I think that the member's motion is an excellent motion in terms of asking us to look at the feasibility and looking at all of the other models out there. And none of those might be the example which we follow. There may well be other better models across the world, and we need to look at what is the best model, what is the best practice, because we shouldn't just have a very narrow view and look within these islands. We need to look at what is the best model, and we should be looking to what is in place in the 26 counties, England, Wales and Scotland, and seeing what is missing there, what is wrong there, because whenever we do or what we do, we want it to be better, not the same. So I think that is important for us moving forward. As I've already outlined, over recent months we've been scrutinising the domestic abuse bill, and in that we have, as the members have already alluded to, we have looked at the value of a specific commissioner around domestic abuse. And I think as part of this feasibility study, all of those issues can be looked at, and I don't think that members would disagree. I think we do need to look at all of that. But there is an issue of equity here. So we need to ensure that all victims have the same representation, that all victims are looked after in the same way, regardless of what they are the victim of, whether it is homicide, whether it is domestic and sexual violence, or whether it is antisocial behaviour. And the importance of it is knowing that that person is there to help you. So what Mr Beattie has already outlined, Mr Given has already outlined around the Victims' Charter, and victims not even knowing that it was there, that is, for victims not to know that's there, it should be the very first thing they're told about whenever they become a victim. You have rights as a victim. So if we're going to have a Victims Commissioner, or whatever model the Minister chooses to bring forward after the feasibility study, we need to ensure that victims understand what that model is and what it can do for them and how they access it, because that is vital in all of this. There is no value in having a commissioner for anything if the people who need to rely on that commissioner don't understand how it works and don't understand
I would ask the member to draw remarks to a close, please,
and how it will actually benefit them. Thank you. We will be supporting the motion today.
Éireann Sir Sinead Bradley Hun Chair. Call Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As the SDLP Justice spokesperson, I too rise to support this motion, which calls for the Minister to conduct a feasibility study into the appointment of a Victim of Crimes Commissioner. The members, Doug Beattie and Robbie Butler, I want to thank for bringing this forward today, because it is quite timely as we discuss the Domestic Abuse and Family Proceedings Bill. At the outset, I too want to refer to the Victims' Charter, which I understand was brought to a statutory footing in 2015. On inspection of that charter, it is actually a very worthy document. It contains much good information, and it is certainly a good starting point in terms of what information should be shared with victims as soon as they are identified as being victims. There's no doubt it's impressive and it is thorough. But what is concerning is the fact that we have very little knowledge on how well that information is being used. And in fact, the chair of the committee today pointed to the very good example in the report where there was evidence that it is not being used at all. So with all respect to the Victims' Charter, and I do commend it as a worthwhile document, it has zero value if it is sitting on a shelf and not being used, and victims are not being made aware of it. To that mind, I would put it to the Minister that we have to ask serious questions about that charter. Do we know how it's being utilised across all agencies and areas? How often is it being revisited and updated? And what process is in place to make sure that it is activated and used? There's obviously evidence that it's not, and the mover of the motion today rightly pointed to one case in particular, Mr Dolan, which is evidence of that also, and there are other cases that most of us will be aware of across our constituencies. So there are many questions that really we have to ask around what would the role of a Victims Commissioner look like, and would this be within their scope? And I most certainly hope it would be, that the Charter itself would be one of the lead pieces of work. But of course, we also, anybody who is in this chamber and also sits on the Justice Committee, will know the deliberations, the repeated deliberations we have had on how effective the Domestic Abuse Bill could be without there being adequate training and adequate follow-up and somebody to oversee that the legislation was actually being enacted. Because again, legislation, while well and good, and it may be the finest piece of legislation ever crafted, but unless there is somebody to oversee it and ensure every letter of it is enacted, then it also would lead to having zero value. So the question has routinely arisen across many cases and in many situations is, who is the voice? Who is the overall guardian of everything we hold important to support a victim? And right now there is enough evidence for us to put the question, is this the time to carry out the feasibility study and look at who is that guardian? And to my mind, the Victims Commissioner, as proposed in the motion, is certainly a good start. So I do commend the motion and I certainly support it. And I would ask the Minister to take a broad and open mind to what that feasibility study might include, because there are many issues surrounding victims that need to be addressed at this time. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call John Blair.
Speaker, thank you, and I rise on behalf of the Alliance Party to support the motion, though I should probably at the outset make clear that I see the motion as a framework on which to build a more comprehensive and operative support system in which all victims of crime receive a level of support which is suitable to their individual circumstances and requirements. The circumstances, of course, Deputy Speaker, surrounding each crime are different. The needs of each individual victim are different. Therefore, the support that they receive should be tailored and appropriate to their needs, taking into account the nature of the crime and the victim's experience to ensure they receive an effective service and support as they proceed through the justice system. For example, victims of hate crime who have experienced a personal attack because of their race, religious belief, sexual orientation, gender identity or even disability may have endured and experienced a lifetime of discrimination, Deputy Speaker, and they are going to require a tailored approach to victim support. We need to consider also, in the context of the motion and debate, the importance of victims to the policing scenario, the complexities of motivated hate crime and effective policing practices. Hate crime has become, you could argue, a gauge for contemporary police relations with vulnerable and marginalised communities. So we consider the importance of how we police effectively and how police can lead conversations with such communities about crimes arising from prejudice. History of under-policing these communities of victims of crime, of course, is a very separate issue and is also part of the picture, and it's essential that we view that picture overall, Deputy Speaker, not as a specific need, however important that need may be, but as part of the overall justice scene. It is important that the system provides support to victims of hate crime through the criminal justice process and signpost them on to relevant services through their ongoing struggles for equality and for justice. I, Deputy Speaker, welcomed the Department's announcement last year to tackle the intolerable hate crime and to carry out an independent review of hate crime legislation in Northern Ireland. Many parties here will have already engaged with Judge Mahon in review of hate crime, and it is reassuring that the Department is fully engaged in that process. I also welcome the Minister's announcement to establish a reference group to advise and inform on the requirement and necessity of a Victims of Crime Commissioner. So, Deputy Speaker, mindful of future solutions and improvements to our victim support system and to ensure effective service delivery, I am supportive of the motion and indeed what it proposes. I am also hopeful that the motion and any outcomes from today's debate will be complementary to progress already made, will be considered in conjunction with processes already underway and, most importantly, will be taken forward with the individual needs of all victims as a top priority for us all.
I call Paul Frew.
Much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I rise to support the motion. But I like my colleague, Mr. Given. The first frustrating question I ask is, why the need? Surely, in this day and age, in the liberal democracy for which we live, justice should be an ultimate right. What is justice, or what in fact is a duty on government, devolved or otherwise, other than to keep its people safe and to establish and maintain justice? What is justice? Justice is a balance. Justice is a balance. When somebody commits a crime, the victim then can expect redress and closure if they can. They are compensated in a number of ways. That can come in various guises with regards to that compensation. But there is balance. So if a government can't even produce balance, then you have to ask the question, what good is that government to its people? And that's the fundamental question that we're really debating here. And if we're saying to ourselves, as a legislator, that we need a Victims Commissioner, we need a Victims Commissioner even though we have a justice system, then you have to ask yourself, how is the justice system working? And what we can see through the evidence, and of course government cogs turn very slowly, and yes, it is clear, and it's a reality, that justice has only been devolved recently. But that shouldn't be the excuse for doing nothing. That shouldn't be the excuse for when we do roll out improvement, that it becomes a tick-box exercise. It shouldn't be an excuse when you have countless Sejini reports talking about the failures of the justice system, and you have countless committee reports, Committee of Justice reports, seeking redress and a better way for victims, but yet nothing is done or it becomes a tick-box exercise. Now, there is nobody in this society deserves that. And when they are victims of crime, they have to be supported by the actual justice system that is in place to protect their rights, to give them equal treatment in this country and within the law. And when they become a victim, then there should be redress. But to hear the horror stories that the Victims' Charter and all of its significance and all its importance when it was brought in is being treated like a tick-box exercise. Well, to me, you look at the fundamentals of this and you can see very quickly how the justice system can rapidly fall down, where it can fail the victim, the very people it's designed to protect, but it will fail them time and time again. It is not easy to suffer crime. No one here should wish crime on anyone and for victims to be created. But when you do become a victim and you do have to go through a process of inquiry, of answering questions, of being placed in a court, and that's horrendous. And the system of our court is very robust. And there's reasons for that. But just because we have a very robust justice system, which can be very confrontational within the actual court itself, that is not a reason not to support the very victims the justice system there is designed to do. So yes, of course we will support the feasibility study on the appointment of a Victims of Crime Commissioner. But the fundamental question that we as legislators must ask ourselves is this: why the need? Why have we got to a place where we need a commissioner to look after victims, when the justice system itself should be the very instrument that seeks redress for those victims and supports them? With all the legal professions, with all the systems, the clear, balanced systems of justice,
I'd ask the member to draw his remarks
how
to
are
a
we
close,
left in a
please.
position where we are now looking and seeking a commissioner for victims, when the justice system should do that ably? Thank you.
Here, Sir Emma Rogan, Hon Cancha. I call Emma Rogan.
I welcome this motion and the following debate. As mentioned by other speakers, as a member of the Justice Committee, it is a revealing experience as we have heard evidence from a number of key stakeholders and organisations, including many victims of crime. It has reinforced my views and the views of many of my colleagues as to the importance of supporting victims of crime and making their journey through the criminal justice system less harrowing, more efficient, and to better support policy and legislation which ensures that there is less crime prevalent in our communities and therefore less victims of crime. At this early stage, I express my support for the motion. This is not necessarily consent to the establishment of a Commissioner for Victims of Crime, but I do support the calls for a feasibility study into the potential establishment of a Commissioner by weighing up all the potential benefits that it might have. This study should also explore all other further options for best supporting victims, ensuring their voices are heard and reflected in the development of strategies and policy, and to fill any existing gaps. Some of my colleagues have already discussed, for example, the decision of the Scottish Government not to proceed with a Victims Commissioner. However, there are other jurisdictions where Victims Commissioners have been very effective and efficient use of resources. Therefore, all options and models of best practice should be explored. Victims have a number of rights and entitlements which are laid out in the Victims' Charter, and it is important that these rights are not only fully respected by all, but that these rights are actively promoted and that victims of crime are informed of these rights. The Victims' Charter, which was launched in 2015, followed a successful and highly useful report by the Justice Committee in 2012 into the criminal justice services available to victims and witnesses of crime. The report, which was widely welcomed at the time, was very important in highlighting the gaps that existed in terms of ensuring victims of crime were supported, that they had access to their rights and relevant information about the criminal justice process. I welcome today's debate, which is the latest effort of a renewed focus in the Assembly on supporting victims in the criminal justice system. In terms of the rights and entitlements of victims of crime, a potential Victims Commissioner may indeed be the best place to coordinate this, which the feasibility study should explore. This follows on from the latest Criminal Justice Inspectorate report of the treatment of victims and witnesses in the criminal justice system from July of this year. which recognises that whilst many improvements have been made since their first report 14 years ago, there still remains a number of gaps which can impact public confidence and could deter victims from reporting crime. Therefore, there is a notable gap which could be filled by a Commissioner or other support services. I also want to pay tribute to the vital contribution of organisations such as Victim Support. In the field of supporting victims, they provide emotional support, information and practical help to victims and witnesses, and their work is crucially important. A Victims Commissioner or any other alternative model of support would be intended to complement and support the vital work of these support services. Myself and my Sinn Féin colleagues pledge to support victims and commit to improving their knowledge and their experiences. I would also call on the Minister for Justice to indicate a timeline for this feasibility study to be carried out. Thank you.
I call Gordon Dunn. Mr. Dunn.
Welcome the opportunity to speak on this matter today as a member of the Justice Committee. Victims of crime do indeed deserve a proper level of support following a criminal offence being committed against them. We very much believe that victims must be at the very heart of the criminal justice system, and a victim-centred approach around the justice system must always be a #1 priority for the Justice Department. The July 2020 report published by the Criminal Justice Inspectorate Northern Ireland does provide a useful and interesting evidence base as its findings around the treatment of victims and witnesses within the criminal justice system. While launching her recent report, the Chief Inspector of Criminal Justice in Northern Ireland, Jackie Durkin, did acknowledge that improvements have been made over recent years in how victims and witnesses are treated through the criminal justice system. Whilst there has undoubtedly been some improvements in victim support, there is recognition that much more must be done to ensure better outcomes for victims, including bereaved families and witnesses. Some of the findings do cause concern. Many victims and witnesses of crime, some 5 years on from the Charter's launch, still remain totally unaware of their rights to support, information services and protection measures through their long journey and far beyond. The Charter launched in 2015 by a previous Justice Minister was a positive development in helping to ensure that victims keep the minimum standards they should expect from the justice system. Many victims and witnesses of crime, understandably, are often not as familiar with the justice system as some experienced perpetrators may be, and that is why clearly defined and effective measures must be put in place to support them. The recent July report also highlighted a major issue of a lack of awareness, as the Chairman of the Committee has already mentioned, of the Charter and what it means in terms of the rights and entitlements for victims and witnesses of crime. It was alarming that some of those interviewed for the report had very little or no knowledge of the Charter at all being in place. There is a gap in terms of community awareness, and we must focus on encouraging greater ownership of the Charter, providing reassurance and active engagement in the system and the processes. I would ask the Minister to take action to address this gap, which will ultimately improve and strengthen victim support. There is need for a joined-up, comprehensive approach to supporting victims across the criminal justice system in championing victims' rights. I do believe action is needed, whether that is through a standalone Commissioner post or through another form to consistently monitor and benchmark the Charter's implementation across the process and help champion victim support. The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic has also presented unique challenges for victims of crime, with the lack of court business being conducted during the lockdown period, when only in many cases emergency matters are being dealt with virtually. Even today, there are still significant backlogs of court business, and the virtual measures do limit full engagement and participation in the justice system, and often has an adverse impact on getting justice and ultimately support for victims. I recognise that some advances have been made but I do believe more could be done, and that is why I am happy to support the motion. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Iram Sir Gemma Dolan hon cancha. Call Gemma Dolan.
I don't think anyone in this chamber would disagree that all victims of crime deserve to receive the same support following a criminal offence being perpetrated against them and during any judicial proceedings. The Victim Charter, as already has been referred to, was launched in January 2015 and was anticipated to advise victims of crime about their entitlements and the standards of service that they can expect to receive when they come in contact with the criminal justice system. Victims need access to services that are fit for purpose. Each victim and witness in the criminal justice system has their own needs. They need to be listened to and they need to believe they have been heard. Providing services and support tailored to their requirements runs parallel with ensuring that victims and witnesses get the personal help they need. However, a criminal justice inspection report from July of this year found that victims and witnesses remained fundamentally unaware of their rights to information, support and protection, and that services to assist them were still not being consistently delivered to a quality standard. Obviously, when the criminal justice system fails to do this, it has a negative impact on public confidence in the justice system and could deter victims from reporting crime. The inspection also identified there were often too much focus by the criminal justice organisations on statistics, meeting targets and independence, and insufficient emphasis on personal experiences, which often had a lifelong impact on the victim, their families and those closest to them. And whilst the inspection did not specify that a Victims of Crime Commission be established, it did state that substantial work is needed to raise awareness within the community about the Victim Charter and Witness Charter. The Minister has stated earlier this year that while the introduction of a Victims Commissioner is not being proposed by her department at this time, no final decision has been taken. She also stated her intention to explore ways in which her department can further develop new services or deliver existing support and protections more effectively. Our neighbouring jurisdictions all have different forms of victim support, but the one I find the most interesting is Scotland, which my colleagues have referred to, where they don't currently have a Victims of Crime Commissioner. But in a response to a parliamentary question in 2018, the Secretary for Justice responded saying, "We remain of the view that funding for victim support organisations is a more effective use of resources. Those organisations represent the interests of victims and provide robust input to government consultation and the development of policy. We are learning from their experiences in order to better inform and design support services and to ensure their voices will be heard." So although I do support the motion and calls for a feasibility study, I would need to see the details and potential impact of any proposed Commissioner before concluding on the best and most effective method of supporting victims, listening to and amplifying the voices of victims and ensuring victim services and policy are of the highest standard.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I also rise on behalf of the Alliance Party and will of course be supporting the motion. Indeed, the motion provides a very welcome opportunity to restate to the House that the Minister has already announced over the summer that she will be bringing forward a reference group to engage with representative organisations in the community and voluntary sector to explore the role and remit of a new Victims of Crime Commissioner for Northern Ireland. This in fact goes well beyond the motion, as it is a commitment not to whether there should be a Commissioner, but how. I know at the time in the summer that the sector was delighted by the announcement, as were individuals like Mr Charles Little, with whom I have been working and who have been calling for this position for many years, including during the suspension of the Assembly. So I am sure the proposers of the motion and the whole House will recognise that it is great to see the Justice Minister put in place this first practical step through this reference group, not just to consider the feasibility, but to drive the process clearly forward. The reason the Minister was so determined to push this forward was that there was so much value has been seen in the Victims Commissioner for England and Wales. This role has proven very important in providing a strong voice for victims, their families and notably also to those voluntary sector groups who provide services to them. We do not need to look beyond home, however, to see clear evidence of the value of an independent advocate for victims of crime. Each one of us is motivated and disgusted by the callous nature in which victims are targeted, often chosen because of their isolation or other vulnerability. As long ago as 2012, in the Justice Committee's inquiry into criminal justice victims and witnesses of crime, it was recognised that victims and witnesses have individual needs, and some will require much more support and information than others. Therefore, we do need to be careful here with the definition of same support mentioned in the motion. What we really mean is equal access to appropriate services and support. But these will differ from case to case. What is important is that the Commissioner's work produces clear outcomes for all victims and that all victims feel supported. These outcomes may come in the form of amendments to existing programmes or services, the introduction of new services and policies to aid victims, or simply a voice for victims to know that they are not alone. The important part is that services, support and advocacy is more appropriate to the needs of victims than is currently the case, and that it is accessible in a timely manner. It is inevitable that this will also mean the role involves linking with other advocates on behalf of those marginalised by or vulnerable to crime. So it is important that there is clarity of the role of the Commissioner and how the post holder will work with existing victims advocacy groups and then interact with the Justice Department and criminal justice system. In the summer, we also saw the launch of the Criminal Justice Inspection Report of the care and treatment of victims and witnesses by the criminal justice system, which is another reason why this post needs to move forward. The review identified that crimes can have a lifelong and wide-ranging impact on the victim. One of these impacts is, sadly, almost invariably on mental well-being. That is why, for me, one core connection will surely be with the interim mental health champion, as I have no doubt the proposer of the motion will keenly recognise. For as we know, the emotional trauma and impact from being a victim of crime is devastating and may take many years to get over that trauma, if at all. I would again take this opportunity to argue that the forthcoming mental health strategy to be brought forward needs to happen more swiftly than currently proposed, not least to ensure that a clear framework and mechanism for delivering psychological therapies and support necessary to help victims rebuild their lives can link into the work of this Commissioner. We have talked a lot about the needs of various groups of victims in this chamber, be they the victims of historical institutional abuse, the Troubles, patients experiencing alleged physical abuse in our health facilities, victims of domestic and sexual crime. And it is clear that this Assembly wants to do everything in its power to support them and put in place structures and policies to respond to their practical and emotional needs. But we do need to show more urgency, and that's why I very much support the work of the Minister in taking this forward. So in closing, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd like to place on record my admiration and appreciation for the work of the Victims Support NI,
ask a member to draw remarks to a close,
NSPCC and other groups who provide such valuable support to victims and their families in dark and daunting times. Thank you.
Call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Crime can affect victims in many different ways. They may suffer injuries during the course of the crime, possibly even life-changing. They may carry psychological scars for a very long time as a result of the trauma of the crime, or they may simply have to deal with practical outcomes of the crime that may be purely logistical or financial. If a perpetrator is brought before the court, the victim may be required to stand in the same courtroom, a few yards apart from them, and recount in detail what happened to them. Very few of us are fully equipped to deal with such situations. The courtroom is an alien environment for law-abiding people. The police do a good job in trying to keep the victims of crime informed of the progress of their investigations, but have limited resources to continue this line of communication and contact over a lengthy period. Having a family retail business that has had its fair share of robberies that normally have come with either direct violence or the very real threat of it, possibly drug-fuelled, the aftermath of such a crime can linger with the victims, and if it comes to court, the time spent on those unfamiliar and daunting surroundings can be a lonely and stressful experience, preceded by many sleepless nights. From that personal experience, I understand the effect of crime on victims, and indeed a young member of my family had to arrange herself counselling after having a gun put to her mouth, and suffered nightmares and flashbacks for some time afterwards. Last week, the House held a debate around the possible introduction of Helen's Law. This was driven by the sterling efforts of two families, the Dorians and the Murrays. Both these families have spoken highly of the support the police have offered them, but I would think that a victim of crime commissioner could provide families like them with a more formal line of communication and support. I believe the contributions to that debate last week pointed up the pressing need and the positive help and support all families that are victims of crime need and deserve. We hear a lot about protecting the rights of those who are arrested on suspicion of committing a crime. Their rights are fully protected during a subsequent court case, and indeed this protection continues whilst they are serving a custodial sentence. This is all as it should be and is a compliment to the type of society that we are. Why would we therefore neglect or ignore the rights of victims of crime? Those who choose to commit crime knowingly make that decision. Those who become victims do not have that choice. A feasibility study into the possibility of a victim of crime commissioner would be a good starting point to show that we are serious about victims, and I would commend this motion to the House. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this motion today as a member of the Justice Committee and thank the members for bringing it forward. As others have already mentioned, this year's Criminal Justice Inspection Report was published makes it clear that we are still not doing enough to support victims and witnesses of crime. The report included a raft of recommendations and information to deal with key issues, and the most worrying fact of all is the Chief Inspector's statement that many other members have already alluded to, that victims and witnesses remain fundamentally unaware of their rights to information, support and protection, and that services to assist them were not being consistently delivered to a quality standard across Northern Ireland. That's just not good enough. And I hope that the Minister will set out in her response how the Department intends to address each recommendation. The Department's Victim and Witness Action Plan 2017 to 2020 is fast approaching its expiration date. So what plans does the Minister and the Department have to replace it? What plans are there to conduct a fully independent and detailed evaluation of its implementation and delivery? And what's next for the Department to ensure that key issues are being addressed? I fully understand the rationale for bringing this motion today and recognise that victims of non-Troubles related incidents currently have no advocate or voice to support them and guide them through the criminal justice system. As some will say, funding for victim support organisations is more effective use of resources, and indeed that's the current position of the Scottish Government. But have we listened to the victim support organisations, and what are they saying? Victim Support Northern Ireland have indicated that they would support the creation of a commissioner, and the Criminal Justice Inspections report also highlights the need. Victim Support have said that such a role should have the appropriate power, resources and independence from government to be able to hold all agencies to account and uphold the rights of victims under the Victim Charter. Similarly, Women's Aid have actively campaigned for the specific commissioner to tackle domestic abuse, and I also believe this to be essential, given the significant proportion of all crime, recorded and unrecorded, that is linked to domestic abuse and violence. It is a mechanism for scrutinising legislation, policy, practice, commissioning, funding and provision. And as other members have alluded to, gathering evidence and working on the Domestic Abuse and Family Proceedings Bill, it has become clear to me that more needs to be done to support victims and witnesses, especially measures that speed up the criminal justice system. Time and time again, we have heard from key stakeholders that the high attrition rate of witnesses was largely due to delays in the cases and lack of support, awareness and understanding of the system. Indeed, Dame Vera Baird, QC, the Victims Commissioner for England and Wales, was fully supportive of moves to introduce the new office, and there is an urgent need in Northern Ireland to provide better support for survivors of abuse and help address the high attrition rate of witnesses. And I've called previously and will do again for the full implementation of the recommendations arising out of Gillen. Within Gillen Review, page 87, paragraph 2.87 stated, "The interviews that I'd had with complainants frequently raised the issue of the trial process itself re-traumatising them. Mr. Deputy Speaker, all victims and survivors must be treated with respect and dignity in their journey through the criminal justice system, including in the trial process, and it must support them." Perhaps the Minister can also indicate the level of progress the Department is making in that regard with regard to Gillen. Victims and witnesses are entitled to know their rights, to be aware of the support available and information to guide them. And in 2012, England and Wales appointed a Victims Commissioner and have a designate now in place since 2019 for domestic abuse. They recognise the significance that the role can play in scrutinising, advising and being a powerful voice, and it is time that we did the same.
Call Jim Allister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm not at all hostile to this motion, but I do have some questions as to where, if we travel down this road, it would fit within the existing infrastructure. Because I think the last thing we need is duplication, because duplication means needless expenditure. So some of the questions I would have are issues such as this. We already have a Commissioner for Victims and Survivors. Would that post be superseded by a General Commissioner for Victims of Crime? Or indeed, would a Commissioner for Victims of Crime reflect the outrageous situation of the Commissioner for Victims and Survivors that it also represents and includes victim makers? There are other areas where there are advocates who are funded by the state, a number of charities, Victim Support, NSPCC, Women's Aid, all getting generous grants, or maybe not, in some cases, as generous as the organisations think they should be. But again, where would those fit in? Are those then to be superseded by a Victims Commissioner's office, or would you have any duplication required or funding? Sure.
Thank you, and I appreciate the member taking the intervention. In relation to Women's Aid, rather than actually taking on the role that we would envisage for a Commissioner, they actually have a supporting role. They provide refuge and things such as that. So the Commissioner's role would actually be to support what Women's Aid are doing and to advocate perhaps on their behalf if they need additional funding. So would you agree that there is actually potential for those two roles to be complementary rather than to be against each other? Thank you.
Member has an extra minute.
I do understand that Women's Aid, through hostels and all sorts of things, do much more than what a Victims Commissioner would be doing. And to that extent, there is a complementarity obvious there. But there also is the possibility of duplication. And I'm back to my point that duplication means wasted resources. So I would like to see very clearly, before we get down this road, an emphatic delineation of what it is the Victims Commissioner would do that others isn't doing, and that others wouldn't continue to do that which the Victims Commissioner is doing. Because otherwise I think we are creating a bureaucracy which maybe isn't serving a great deal of advancement. So I think, yes, there is a role for a Victims Commissioner, but it has to be defined within the context of what knock-on effect that has upon existing structures elsewhere. Do you have two commissioners for victims of terrorist crime? Do you have the Commissioner, the Victims Commissioner, the Commissioner for Victims and Survivors, and do you have the Crime Commissioner? I don't know, but we have an advocate, for example, for historical abuse. Yes, it's different. There's unlikely to be many prosecutions hereafter. But do you continue with that advocacy role? Or does that advocacy role morph into the Commissioner for Crime? Those, I think, are some of the questions that need to be addressed before we all just rush to embrace a proposition which on its face is very attractive.
Thank the member. And now I would call on the Minister to respond, and the Minister is up to 15 minutes to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm very grateful to the members for Upper Bann and Lagan Valley for bringing this motion before the House, as it affords me an opportunity to update members on progress following my announcement at the end of August that I was establishing a reference group to inform my approach with respect to introducing a Victims of Crime Commissioner, and I welcome this opportunity to do so. When someone becomes a victim of crime, it is not just unexpected but shocking. As well as the trauma of the crime itself, many individuals are unfamiliar with the criminal justice system. Victims face emotional, practical and at times physical challenges, and they need effective and appropriate support and assistance to help them navigate through the criminal justice system. Victims' voices also need to be heard so that we can better understand the impact of their experiences and can identify and put in place effective services to meet their needs. In what is an unusually short mandate of operational working in the Assembly and Executive, I have therefore prioritised within justice those elements of legislation, policy and practice which I believe will have the biggest positive tangible impact on victims of crime, both in terms of reduction of crime and improving the experience of victims as they pass through the system. I also spent time as I took up the role to meet with victims of crime, to listen to their experiences, good and bad, of the justice system, and have sought to embed those positive elements further and to address, in partnership with other parts of the justice family, those areas where the experience could be improved. Those meetings included with some of the victims who have already been referenced today, including Charles Little and also Enda Dolan's parents, and many others also who have already led to change in policy and practice for victims going through the system. That is why I asked my officials in the summer to establish a reference group to advise and inform my thinking around the role and remit for a Victims of Crime Commissioner. After initial informal conversations with stakeholders from across the voluntary and community sector and statutory organisations, partners who are already in daily contact with victims, I have written formally to them inviting them to participate in the reference group. I have asked the group to advise me on what the potential role, remit and functions of a Victims of Crime Commissioner should be in order to improve the experience of victims, make their voices heard and represent their experience, needs and interest to government. I am keen that the group should also explore how best a potential Victims of Crime Commissioner could balance the challenge of representing the general interests of all victims of crime with a particular focus on the specific needs and requirements of vulnerable groups, for example, victims of domestic abuse, sexual offences or hate crime. Members will be aware of the good work already in place for victims of crime and will join me, I'm sure, in paying tribute to the dedication of those across both non-governmental organisations and the criminal justice system who provide essential support to victims already. Their role does not stop there, and I am also grateful for their collaboration in helping to inform our collective strategic response in order to improve the outcomes for victims in the criminal justice system. I think it is helpful to recognise this existing provision so that in thinking through the role of a Commissioner we seek to build on this rather than duplicate it. For me it is essential that a Victims of Crime Commissioner brings added value and makes a measurable difference to victims' experience within the criminal justice system, not simply duplicating existing arrangements. And I would have to say that for once Mr Allister and I are of a mind in that regard. As such, I have asked the reference group to consider existing services available to victims of crime, identify any gaps, so that our focus can be on meeting genuine need, filling those gaps and improving the experience of victims. The reference group will meet later this month and in early November and will report to me by the end of December. Once I have considered their report, I will meet with the group in early January to discuss their advice prior to making decisions on the best way forward. With respect to the possibility of coupling our progress to the Westminster legislation, that would not be the appropriate mechanism for a number of reasons. In England, much of the focus is on ensuring consistency across various services which are disparate in nature in the English scenario. However, here most of those are delivered by unitary authorities, making this less of a focus of any Victims of Crime Commissioner here, and in fact one of the reasons why Scotland has not ventured down that particular path. Further, I think we should look specifically at the needs of victims locally and what is already in place by way of service. With that in mind, I also want to answer the further question that was put to us about the potential conflation of Victims and Survivors Commissioner with victims of crime. I believe that the remit and the focus of the two roles are too different. I think that the needs and issues in respect of each cohort of victims are also very different. And our focus is very much on ensuring that the needs and interests of victims of crime going through the criminal justice system today are represented and provided for. I think conflating the two roles would not only lead to a lack of clarity about the purpose and functions of the role and dilute focus, but crucially would be unlikely to meet the needs or deliver improved outcomes for either cohort of victims effectively. Mr Speaker, while I said at the outset that I'm broadly supportive of this motion, there is one area where I would challenge the wording, and that is where the motion calls for all victims of crime to receive the same support. The needs of each victim are different, and therefore the available support should be appropriate to those needs, taking account of their experience, the crime type, their vulnerability, age and circumstances. One size does not fit all in these arrangements. I would therefore argue that the motion ought to agree that all victims of crime deserve to receive effective and proper support following a criminal offence being perpetrated against them and during any judicial proceedings. However, I do fully agree with the intent that all victims need and deserve support. Much excellent collaborative work is already in place to deliver this, and we continue to refine and improve the support available. This includes new work to introduce robust needs assessment from first contact with criminal justice organisations. This is a time when victims may feel particularly vulnerable, and that trauma and its effects are not always evident when the crime is reported. The new approach will ensure individual needs will continue to be reviewed and information shared with those criminal justice organisations with whom they will come into contact. When it comes to improving the criminal justice system for victims, my department and criminal justice organisations are not standing still. In terms of support for all victims of crime, my department provides significant funding of £1.9 million to Victim Support Northern Ireland to provide a range of support services to victims and witnesses. Over 50,000 victims and witnesses are offered help and support from Victim Support each year. And this support is available from when someone becomes a victim of crime through to when they are giving their evidence at court. Victim Support also provides advocacy support for those who need assistance with issues as they journey through the system. Funding of £439,000 is also made available to the NSPCC Young Witness Service to provide tailored court support for all young prosecution witnesses who are called to give evidence. Around 500 young witnesses are supported each year to give their best evidence. My department also funds specific services to support victims of specific crimes, such as domestic and sexual abuse, hate crime, human trafficking and older people. For those who are vulnerable or have difficulty with communicating, my department provides registered intermediaries who are communication specialists that assist vulnerable children and adults with significant communication deficits to communicate their answers more effectively during police interview and when giving evidence at trial. In 2019-2020, there were 947 referrals to the scheme for victims, witnesses, suspects and defendants. All of these valuable services are aligned with the Victims' Charter, to which many have referred. I'm delighted to be in a position to take up this issue where my colleague David Ford left off. The hiatus, obviously, in the interim was beyond my control, but I'm passionate about taking it forward now. The Victims' Charter sets out the entitlements of victims, the services that are to be provided and the standard of services that victims should expect, as well as the obligations on a wide range of organisations to deliver information services and support. So it has impacted positively on victims because it has shaped the very service that they receive. It is not the case that it has been on the shelf. However, I am fully cognizant of the fact that more could be done to make victims aware of it. Clearly, we need to recognise where those improvements can be made and to take action to address those issues. And so I want to acknowledge the recent Criminal Justice Inspection Northern Ireland report published in July and which highlighted a number of such issues, particularly around keeping victims informed about their case and raising awareness of the Victim and Witnesses Charter to enhance their impact and effectiveness. I want to thank particularly Gordon Dunn for more accurately, I think, reflecting the full landscape of the Sejeni report than some others. It did, of course, highlight areas for improvement. However, I think some members failed to read the rest of the report, where it actually noted that significant improvement had been made since the last report. It is important that we don't focus only on those areas where improvement is still required, but that we acknowledge to our partners and others where improvement has already been achieved. My officials are working closely with operational partners and support services to address these issues, and I plan to publish a multi-agency action plan setting out our collective approach within the coming weeks. Hopefully that action plan will address the concerns which I and other members who spoke today share about awareness of the Charter in particular. In addition, the Department is continuing to work with partners to consider our overall strategic response to the issues affecting victims and witnesses within the criminal justice system. For those who have been victims of a sexual offence, One of my key priorities is to progress the implementation of the Gillen Review into the law and procedures in serious sexual offences. I am pleased that we now have published the implementation plan and established work streams. This will also require a wider discussion with other executive ministers to deliver the societal change on which it is based. Legislation is also progressed to implement elements of Gillen which require legislation, and we hope that that will be part of the miscellaneous provisions bill. A wide range of work is being taken forward, and good progress is being made against a number of those key recommendations. This includes work to allow vulnerable and intimidated victims and witnesses to provide evidence remote from the court building by the end of this year, as well as new arrangements for victims of serious sexual offences to be able to avail of publicly funded legal advice by the start of the next financial year. I will, yes.
Minister agree with me that other departments and other ministers need to do something similar in terms of putting together a working group to implement those recommendations which impact their own departments, particularly around education?
I completely agree, and I would certainly welcome, whilst we take the lead on the Gillen Review, I would certainly welcome an active interest from executive colleagues on the aspects where they can take this forward. In terms of a particular issue with the justice system is about progress and the speed with which cases can be taken forward. That matters to victims, witnesses, their family and their communities. It can also help offenders better understand the implications of their actions and create a better opportunity for rehabilitation. Therefore, speeding up justice is one of the biggest challenges facing the system, not least in the current context, and it is a priority for my department, criminal justice partners and the Criminal Justice Board. Reducing the time it takes to complete criminal cases is a challenging and a complex issue, and reforms take time to embed for their impact to be seen. However, I am focused on improving this through a number of programmes, for example in terms of the Gillen Review and reforming committal reform. On domestic abuse, obviously I am committed to tackling this abhorrent crime which affects many within society, and I'm also conscious that not everyone reports to the police. So I'm keen to ensure that victims have the confidence to pursue justice against those perpetrating these crimes. I also recognise the detrimental impact that COVID-19 continues to have on victims of domestic abuse and their greater vulnerability in this period, and I remain committed to ensuring that the most vulnerable have access to the services that they need and are aware of the support and help that is available to them, including the 24-hour domestic and sexual abuse helpline. Positive progress has also been made in implementing actions under the Stopping Domestic and Sexual Violence and Abuse strategy, and members will be aware of the Domestic Abuse and Family Proceedings Bill currently in committee stage. While I recognise that there have been calls for a Domestic Abuse Commissioner, I am not convinced that this is the most effective way to deliver support for those affected by this crime. With potential calls for multiple different commissioners to cover specific crime types, there could be a significant duplication of effort, whilst not necessarily making the best use of what are, and we have to recognise, very limited resources. Rather than given the common interests in terms of the needs of victims and how they are supported, I believe a General Victims of Crime Commissioner provides a better model to go forward. What will be important is that this should focus on victims with specific vulnerabilities, such as domestic and sexual abuse. And that is why, as I've said, I've specifically tasked the reference group at looking at this issue of how to best balance the needs and interests of victims of crime more widely, with a focus on particularly vulnerable groups. When people become victims of these crimes, which as a society we can no longer tolerate, it is essential that those affected have access to support services. That is also why I am introducing a new advocacy support service to help victims of domestic and sexual abuse as they go through the criminal justice system. This new initiative will build on existing support services, providing a coordinated response to the needs of victims. Hate crime is another area where more can be done, both within the justice system and wider society, to challenge what is completely intolerable prejudice and hatred, and which at its most extreme can motivate people to commit serious offences against vulnerable people in the community. It's worth noting, while the victim of crime itself may only be one or two, the fact and the perception that it was motivated by hatred has
the Minister to draw remarks to a close, please.
Judge Mahon will be reporting to the Department in December on this matter. So I believe that there is an opportunity for a Victims of Crime Commissioner to be taken forward, and I look forward to updating members in future as to progress in that regard.
I call Mike Nesbitt to wind on the motion and debate, and the member has up to 10 minutes.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. I begin by declaring an interest as a former Commissioner at the Commission for Victims and Survivors. I think it's worth beginning by recalling that in the build-up to devolution in 1998, huge effort was put into ensuring that these institutions are fair and equitable, free from discrimination and imbalance, and as John Blair put it, free from hatred. And also that we were just. And Mr. Frew made much of the fact that we have to define justice in our dealings. But we made great efforts, and I think, for example, of Section 75 of the Northern Ireland Act, which places duties on public bodies to offer equality of opportunity to 9 named groups within our society. But of course, there are always gaps. Mr. Allister was one member who mentioned historical institutional abuse, and the Hart inquiry did not cover everybody. There could have been a cleric who abused boy A in an institutional setting on a Monday morning, and then after lunch abused boy B in a domestic setting in the afternoon. Only boy A had recourse to Hart. And in fact, a former junior minister told a committee that boy B could go to the police or the social services, a remark I find lacking perhaps in empathy, but certainly lacking in balance. And here we have another example of a gap. We have a commission for the victims and survivors of conflict-related incidents, but we don't have a victims commissioner, commissioner for the victims of crime. So I commend Mr. Beattie for bringing forward the motion with his usual logic, common sense, passion, and indeed moderation, because as some members, including Emma Rogan and Gemma Dolan, pointed out, it's possible to support this motion calling for a feasibility study without committing yourself to actually supporting the appointment of a victims commissioner. And Mr. Beattie was passionate and grounded in his remarks, talking about real victims like the family of Enda Dolan, the young man killed by a drug and drinks driver. The Victims' Charter was mentioned by many, beginning with Mr. Beattie, and I have heard 2 problems with it during the course of this debate. The first is a very practical one. Sinead Bradley, Gordon Dunn, Rachel Woods, Gemma Dolan all pointed out the Charter is not used properly, and more importantly, perhaps, it's not known about and understood by far too many victims. And Gemma Dolan was one who gave a solid evidence base with reference to this year's report by the Criminal Justice Inspectorate. The second problem with the Victims' Charter, as Mr. Beattie put it, is that it's one half of a whole and the other half is missing. The other half is a champion to promote it. And that's why he thinks we should have a Victims of Crimes Commissioner. And without such a Commissioner, Mr. Beattie suggested that we could be lagging behind England and Wales. And I know Paula Bradshaw spoke very positively of the impact that the Victims Commissioners had in England and Wales, although the Minister has made clear that she would not be for repeating that model and just mimicking what is being done in England, and gave her reasons for that. The Victims' Charter, as Mr. Given, the chair of the Justice Committee, pointed out, was an idea that first came from a legacy Justice Committee, which reported as long ago as 2012 a unanimous and comprehensive report, as he described it, which included a call for the Charter, which was to come 3 years later, in 2015. But how do we promote it? How do we assure equality of services? As Linda Dillon pointed out, we want the same support and services for all victims. Ms. Dillon also pointed out that perhaps this motion would have been better coming from the committee, as it might carry more weight. I would simply remind the member that the committee can actually bring forward legislation to introduce a commissioner for the victims of crimes if she so wishes. The Legacy Committee of the Office of First Minister and Deputy First Minister a few years ago, 2016 I think, brought forward legislation that introduced the Northern Ireland Public Service Ombudsman. So there is a precedent for committees taking this action if they so wish. But the Minister suggests it probably will not be necessary because she is committed to what she is calling her reference group. And when Emma Rogan asked for a timeline, the Minister provided one. It appears the reference group is due to report to her in December of this year, and in January of 2021 she will meet with them to discuss a way forward. I would just say to the Minister that she appeared to suggest that we should not conflate the Commission for Victims and Survivors of the Conflict with this proposed Commissioner, suggesting that perhaps the needs of the two sets of victims are different. As a former Commissioner at the Commission for Victims and Survivors, I can tell her I have spent many, many hours listening to victims, repeating the most horrific, traumatised stories of their engagements with the criminal justice system. A woman who was very badly damaged in the Oma bomb, going to court for compensation, being told by our solicitor, a bit of paper will be put in front of you, it will have your initial offer of compensation, just ignore it, because it's a game and I play the game, you don't know how to do it, trust me. And the paper was put in front of her, and she decided she would ignore it. But then the judge asked her to remove her dress so he could look at her injuries. He's not a doctor. The NHS had provided the file of the injuries, and yet he humiliated her by asking her to remove her dress. And the consequence was she lifted the bit of paper and she accepted the offer because she could not face going back in for another session. So I think we need to be very clear about the experiences of victims and survivors of crime and of conflict-related crime. And Alan Chambers was very clear about the potentially traumatic experience of engaging in the criminal justice system. And Rachel Woods made reference to the Gillen Review and the effect of re-traumatisation on so many people who are victims of crime. So I think overall we need to welcome this debate. Broadly speaking, welcome the Minister's response, because with the reference group, it does appear that we are working our way towards the potential appointment of a Victims of Crime Commissioner. Mr. Allister has some good points and questions about how it fits into the current framework, but I finish once again by commending Mr. Beattie, not only on bringing forward the motion, but wording it in such a way that it appears he will get universal support. When Mr. Allister begins remarks with pronouncing himself not at all hostile to a motion, you must know you're on to a winner. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank the member for that. And the question now is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it and the motion is agreed. If members just take their ease now while we move to the next item of business. The next item on the order paper is a motion on the consequences of the British Government breaking international law. I will ask the clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly is appalled that the British Government has abandoned any pretence of adherence to international law, recognises that the potential for a trade agreement between the European Union and the United Kingdom has significantly diminished as a result of the British Government reneging on key elements of the withdrawal agreement, acknowledges that this would be devastating for workers and families with inevitable business failures, job losses and economic damage, and calls on the British Government to respect the rule of law and honour its obligations in full as set out in the withdrawal agreement which it negotiated and which the British Parliament agreed.
Thank you. I call Dr. Kiva Archibald to move the motion. Éireann Sir Kiva Archibald leis an rúna chu cont'd.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open debate on the motion.
Go Margaret, last can Corlia. On the 8th of September, the British Secretary of State for the North, Brandon Lewis, stood up in the House of Commons and confirmed that the Internal Market Bill would break international law, and in doing so confirmed what everyone already knew, that the bill, if enacted, fundamentally breaches the withdrawal agreement and protocol on Ireland within it. The blatancy of this admission, however, was greeted with shock and dismay. It defies the norms expected of states that operate on accepted conventions. It is also, in fact, a breach of the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties, which is the standard that states are held to when they sign international agreements, such as the withdrawal agreement, and which the British Government is a signatory to. The response has been damning, not just from the EU, which would be expected, but equally as vociferously from amongst the British political and legal classes, with diplomats and politicians from all shades condemning the bad faith and lamenting the impact these actions will have on holding other states accountable. This bill, it seems, is a step too far even for Geoffrey Cox, the British Attorney General who this time last year presided over the proroguing Parliament debacle. He has slated it, stating it would lead ultimately to very long-term and permanent damage to Britain's reputation. And of course, anyone with any sense who has one eye to future trade deals also realises the potential impact of the reputational damage such actions has. Why would anyone hold any faith to any agreement the British Government signs up to in the future? The strong response from the US has continued, with bipartisan support towards upholding the protections afforded to the Good Friday Agreement by the protocol in the withdrawal agreement, with the consequence being no trade deal between Britain and the US unless these protections are upheld. And let's be clear, the protections of the protocol provide some degree of certainty for the all-island economy and to protect North-South cooperation. But the protocol will function most effectively in the context of a comprehensive free trade agreement based on zero tariffs. And that is what is most frustrating and utterly futile about the Internal Market Bill. It has increased the uncertainty and it has damaged relations and trust in the negotiation process, a process we already knew was difficult and slow. It seems Boris Johnson and his cronies have spent the past 10 months in denial of what they actually signed up to and ratified in the withdrawal agreement. And instead of putting best endeavours into finding reasonable and workable outcomes, particularly in relation to the protocol, they have tried instead to wriggle out of the commitments they made. We are now looking at a very tight timetable to see the negotiations conclude, with a key stock-taking looming at the EU Council meeting on the 15th of October. The reality is, of course, it is our businesses, our communities and our economy that will stand to suffer worse from a no-trade deal outcome. Our highly integrated supply chains that will be most damaged by increased barriers. Our business community has been very clear that what they need and don't have right now is clarity. And with the clock ticking down rapidly, they fear what is coming down the line at the end of the year. Even if it's an agreement, the timetable to implement what is agreed is too tight. They couldn't be any more clear. They want an agreement, and an agreement which creates the minimum in bureaucracy. And I'm very mindful, as we stand here today, amidst growing numbers of cases of COVID-19 and the potential for increased restrictions, our businesses have already faced months of the most difficult circumstances. That has already caused debt to be accrued and put many jobs on the line. Many workers and families are already struggling as a result, and we face the end of the furlough scheme at the end of this month, which will see thousands more jobs lost. It's already a bleak economic outlook, with predictions of record unemployment, and that's without even taking into account a no-trade deal outcome. I, like everyone else here, I'm sure, have absolutely no desire to see a hard administrative border down the Irish Sea that damages our businesses, many of them SMEs, with no real capacity to deal with the cost and red tape associated with such. Those on the opposite benches who criticise the protocol, and particularly those who campaigned for the sunny uplands we now face, have no alternative that guarantees north-south, east-west trade on the same basis we now have, in the context of the type of Brexit Britain has insisted on, because they are in fact contradictory aims. But Brexit itself is the cause of the difficulties we face, and while the protocol offers some protections, nothing is as frictionless as the arrangements we currently have. In that respect, the future arrangements negotiations are the only show in town. We are all familiar at this point with the issues that are still causing difficulties: fisheries, state aid, governance. It was restated again at the end of last week's round of negotiations. Concerns remain at the lack of meaningful proposals from the British negotiators. So the focus at this point needs to be on finding resolutions to those issues and ensuring the technicalities of the protocol are worked through to a positive conclusion as quickly as possible. The Internal Market Bill has been an unnecessary distraction in that regard and does not, despite what the British Government and its proponents say, resolve the issues of unfettered access. The rumours that the British Government would go further still and legislate for the definition of at-risk goods would be even more unhelpful and cause deeper ructions in the negotiations. A lot of the discussion until now has been how the bill breaches the withdrawal agreement commitments in respect of issues of trade. But last week also saw a significant intervention from the Equality and Human Rights Commissions, outlining how this bill also breaches both the Good Friday Agreement and protocol commitment on rights. This is deeply concerning, particularly in the context of this British Government's known intentions in respect of the Human Rights Act. It is vital that all aspects of the protocol are fully implemented and there is no watering down on those rights protections, either in an apparent way or by stealth. Following the publication of the Internal Market Bill, the EU clearly set out its response. If the British Government did not remove the clauses of the bill which breaches the withdrawal agreement by the 30th of September, it would take legal action for breach of agreement. The Internal Market Bill passed the House of Commons last Tuesday without necessary amendments, and on the 1st of October the EU issued legal action on the basis that the bill breaches the good faith articles of the withdrawal agreement, and that if it becomes law will breach the protocol commitments. It's deeply unfortunate that action was necessary, but the British Government needs to be held accountable for what it agreed to. It seems to have come to some in the British Government as surprise, and also here in the North, that the EU has followed through and taken the action it stated it would. The British Government has form, of course, when it comes to not implementing agreements, but to borrow a phrase, they're playing senior hurler now, and not living up to commitments won't cut it. Worse still is stating that you intend to deliberately breach them. Hopefully the British Government will take the necessary action to prevent further consequences, because it is also worth remembering the leaders of the political groups in the European Parliament have stated that should the UK authorities breach or threaten to breach the withdrawal agreement through the United Kingdom Internal Market Bill in its current form or in any other way, the European Parliament will under no circumstances ratify any agreement between the EU and the UK.
Please, no interruptions from a seated position. Just let the member continue.
There is much at stake over the next number of weeks, A great deal is at stake for our communities and businesses across this island. Therefore, it is absolutely imperative that the British Government backtracks from this course of action, respects the rule of law and honours its obligations in full as set out in the withdrawal agreement which it negotiated and which the British Parliament ratified. I urge members to support the motion.
Thank you very much. Members, as question time begins at 2 o'clock, I suggest the House takes its ease until then. This debate will continue after question time, when the next member to speak will be Paul Givan.
Order, members. Order. It is now question time, and it's time to ask questions to the Minister for Finance. And I call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Question number 1.
With your permission, last Concorda, I wish to group question 1 and question 12. I have discussed with the Treasury support schemes directly with the Chief Secretary of the Treasury on a number of occasions, and my officials are in regular contact with their Treasury counterparts. We have been consistently calling for gaps in support to be addressed and for that support to be continued as long as it is needed. I wrote to the Chancellor and to the Chief Secretary of the Treasury to urgently call on them to change course and extend the coronavirus job retention scheme past the end of the October closing date, particularly for those hardest hit sectors. And following the Chancellor's subsequent announcement that it will be replaced by a job support scheme from November the 1st, I spoke to the Chief Secretary of the Treasury to raise significant concerns that I have that it provides less support on the furlough scheme and that employers will not be able to afford the higher contributions required to subsidise wages.
I call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his response thus far. We know the devastating impact lockdown had on local business and employees across Northern Ireland, and with speculation of another circuit breaker type approach, can the Minister confirm to the House the different types of financial packages alongside Her Majesty Government support that he is looking at to see businesses through this already difficult time?
Well, the member will know that we've had a range of financial packages from business support grants, rates relief, and then added to those we've had the VAT reduction for tourism and hospitality. We've had the furlough scheme that I was referring to and a continuation of an employee support scheme. We've had loans made available, so there have been a whole range of packages to support businesses, and undoubtedly we are continuing to face into very, very concerning times. And this morning at the Executive I outlined a possible support package for Derry City and Strabane area, and we may well be looking into other localised lockdowns in relation to the spread of the virus and how that has alarmed us all in recent days. If we do get to a situation where, as he has referred to, the circuit breaker type approach and the Executive hasn't taken any decisions in relation to that, I am aware that the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, made some remarks in relation to additional support, and I have today written to the Treasurer, to the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rishi Sunak, to seek an urgent meeting to see what levels of support might be available. And I understand also that the First and Deputy First Ministers are seeking to speak to Boris Johnson very quickly as well in relation to that.
I call John O'Dowd.
Minister, the furlough scheme has been a lifeline for many workers and their families, and indeed employers, in keeping skilled jobs in place, or skilled employees in place. Will the Minister outline how the job retention scheme announced compares to the furlough scheme?
Thank the member for the question. It compares to other schemes. That there are other schemes available in other parts. I suppose the big difference is that the employer is not required to contribute for hours not worked, which we believe is a big shortcoming of the scheme that the Treasury have announced to replace the furlough scheme, where one-third an employee has to work at least one-third of the time. So therefore, anybody who's unable to work would not qualify for the furlough scheme. They have to work one-third of the time that's paid by the employer, and the government will only pay then a third of the remaining contributions. Therefore, effectively, the employer will be paying two-thirds of that contribution. So that places a very significant challenge for employers. I think it forces them into taking decisions, and I think that particularly will affect low-paid and part-time workers who are unlikely to be able to make up a third of their normal work hours before they could even be considered to be qualified. I would say that people should know that the furlough scheme continues for the rest of this month. So in the event that there are further restrictions, people can reapply to furlough that qualified for it up until the point of June. But I have to say, from our own assessment, the scheme that has been introduced will present very serious challenges and is more likely to affect low-paid and part-time employees.
I call Pat Catney.
Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister so far. Minister, has any consideration been given to a £500 payment to workers self-isolating as announced in England?
Well, that matter has been discussed at the Executive. We have two versions. This is often the case from the Government in Whitehall. One, that there is perhaps some Barnett consequential available to us for that approach, and another version that we've received all of the Barnett consequences we have, and therefore it's up to the Executive to find some support in that regard. So I think we want to try and bottom that out, and if there is a scheme to be brought forward, then it would have to be brought forward by the relevant department and to Department of Finance for assessment and recommendation to the Executive.
I call William Humphrey.
Thank the Minister for his answer so far. Minister, you will be aware that many people across Northern Ireland are in fear of their jobs being lost at the end of October when the furlough scheme comes to an end. I asked you a question a couple of weeks ago about discussions you were having with Her Majesty's Treasurer about the continuation of that scheme. Obviously, they have made their position much clearer. Can you assure people who face that decision at the end of this month that you're doing all you can, the Executive is doing all they can to secure jobs and provide inward investment from Her Majesty's Treasury to ensure that those jobs are protected and their families protected?
Well, it's my own view that the scheme which is now outlined to begin from the 1st of November is very much substandard in comparison to the furlough scheme, and will place a significant challenge and question to employers about whether to retain workers, and that consequently I think will lead to greater redundancy. So that is going to be a challenge. The Executive has in recent times been allocating money for economic recovery, and of course we will continue to try and stimulate economic recovery and protect jobs wherever we can. And in regard to the possibility of further lockdowns, as I've said, I've written to the Chancellor today to seek an urgent meeting, because there is some indication that there may be further levels of support if we are into a more serious lockdown situation, and obviously we want to try and ascertain what that will amount to.
I call John Stewart.
That you have received from the Department of Infrastructure or communities in support of COVID-related measures that the Department of Economy failed to deliver on, and whether any further executive direction has been given to the Economy or Finance Departments to speed up implementation of the COVID relief?
Well, I think the question relates to those sectors which have not yet been addressed in terms of support during this, and of course there was an agreement in recent weeks between the Deputy First Minister of the Department of Economy and the Department of Infrastructure that the infrastructure would take some responsibility for delivering on this. I've spoken to the Infrastructure Minister and I've said that I would like as quickly as possible to see some figures in relation to this. We have set aside a pot of money, as you know, from my statement last week, to try and cover the costs that may arise from meeting the needs of these sectors. And so the earlier that we have some indication of what those figures may be, then we will know in terms of what we are now facing into, which is some localised restrictions and support required for that, what the Executive has in order to try and deliver support there, because we have a very, very limited COVID pot left to distribute support from.
Moving on, I call Sean Lynch.
Never do. Question 2.
The Department of Health submitted a revised business case for the new Lisnaskea Health and Care Centre to my department on the 17th of September. Department of Finance officials are currently reviewing the business case in line with established guidelines and aim to respond to the Department of Health as speedily as possible.
I call Sean Lynch for supplementary.
I welcome the fact that the healthcare centre has finally arrived on your desk, Minister. I visited the cont'd Health Centre on Friday afternoon. It's not fit for purpose. It's leaking. The roof's like a sieve. Computers are covered at night with plastic to prevent the water getting into it. So does the Minister agree with me that the delivery of the new healthcare centre in Lisnaskea will help the health needs of the people of that area?
Well, I'm not familiar with the bill, but I have no doubt, I have no reason to doubt what the member says in relation to that. Of course, we want to see the proper standards of facilities, particularly in relation to healthcare in this current climate, but generally speaking in terms of public services for all citizens. And so I'm glad that what is clearly a significant requirement in terms of an improved facility in Lisnaskea is now moving through that business case approval process, and I hope certainly, and I will ensure that the officials in my own department respond to that as quickly as possible, and then it's simply a question of moving on to the development stage of that.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Minister, thank you very much for your answers so far. Minister, can you outline the close cooperation that you've had with the Department of Health in working to deliver these badly needed facilities in Fermanagh? And would you further agree that under the stewardship of Robin Swan, that he's driving through much needed enhancements in Fermanagh?
Well, can I say that we, of course, work very closely with the Department of Health on a range of matters, and no less on the current significant issues that are facing us all in terms of the pandemic. I mean, I think Minister Swan has acknowledged that on a number of occasions, that the Department of Finance and the Department of Health has a very close working relationship, and we need to, because health is the biggest spending department we have. And we need to ensure that the money that they're spending is done in a way which meets the scrutiny requirements of the Finance Department. So I have no doubt that we have worked very well. I'm sure the member can attest more than I can in terms of the delivery of the Health Minister in her constituency, but I am very happy to continue that very productive working relationship with the Department and the Minister.
I call Martina Anderson.
Question number 3.
My department is planning to establish regional hubs to address regional balance and contribute to reducing the emissions by cutting down on the number of cars travelling long distances. As you will appreciate, COVID-19 has had a substantial impact on how we conduct our business, both now and into the future, and in many respects has accelerated our thinking in regards to new ways of working. My departmental officials are currently analysing data and the impact of new technologies on the wider public sector network to determine where these hubs might be best located within the region to maximise the potential benefits.
Martina Anderson.
Thank you, Minister, for that response. And I know that you're acutely aware that the significant strain that it puts on civil servants who have to travel into Belfast from outside. So are you considering locating any of those regional hubs in the North West? And I'm particularly interested in Fort George and Ebington as two particular sites or sites that you might consider.
Can I say that this is work which was ongoing in the department predated the COVID pandemic. I think probably, like a lot of working practices, it will have been accelerated by the experience of that, where we need not only to find better ways of people working from home if they can't travel in, but certainly ways that people can stay in smaller units to work and can be more productive. And clearly we want to look at a range of potential sites right around the whole region. And yes, of course, Derry is under consideration for that, as is Omagh, I think, when you're referring to the North West. But that's by no means an exhaustive list. This is early stages. I think one of the first exercises we're doing is tracking, particularly in some of the city departments, where exactly the staff are travelling to and from in terms of home to work journeys. And very interestingly, you can see the numbers of staff that are actually spending a long time trekking in and out to Belfast every day. Of course, we have to have a balance in terms of we want active city centres as well. But I think there had been already a need for regional hubs. I think that's been accelerated, and also in terms of meeting the executive's targets on carbon reductions, I think it would be very effective. I know that dialogue has been happening with the trade unions, and I know it's something many civil servants are looking forward to.
Moving on, I call David Hilditch.
Deputy Speaker.
The Civil Service recognises it's important for staff to use annual leave and actively encourage their staff to do so for their own well-being. Through departmental messaging and comprehensive guidance via the Staff Coronavirus NICS Hub. While capacity for staff to take leave and the policy in relation to staff taking annual leave in the civil service has not changed as a direct result of COVID-19, there have been some inevitable exceptions to the timing of leave taken, for example by those classified as key workers due to operational demands. These are being managed on a case-by-case basis.
Call David Hilditch for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. There does appear to be quite a concerted effort to get staff within the civil service to take leave currently. I know they can only carry over 9 days per year. This is causing problems in the likes of particularly around the MOTs and driving test centres, where there's a backlog and a real challenging situation of over 3,000 on waiting list. Is it possible to adjust the number of days that can be carried over to lessen that impact on services where it is agreed with the staff?
Well, I think we obviously have to be as flexible given the circumstances we're faced into, but I think you also have to bear in mind that staff are entitled to take leave. It's good for their own health and their own mental health for staff to be able to take leave. So just because there's a huge backlog issue has been created by the circumstances we're facing into, doesn't mean that staff should be forced to work 7 days a week, 24/7, in order to address that backlog. So it is a balance between ensuring that we do try and catch up on work that has been lost, but also ensuring that staff are able to do that. And one way of being able to do that is to have that availability of annual leave so that people can recharge their batteries and get back to work in a productive fashion.
I call Kiva Archibald.
Gurmargaret, last can call you. And could I just ask the Minister as well to enhance workers' rights? Does he agree that agency workers in the civil service should be entitled to annual leave on the same basis as permanent workers?
That I do believe that, and not only that, but I had a paper cleared at the Executive this morning which does allow for that, or does provide for that. That agency workers have provided key support for our public services, and in many cases they haven't enjoyed the same rights as civil service workers themselves. So we have taken measures to try and address that and ensure that they are entitled to annual leave, they are entitled to leave for medical or dental necessities, and that agency workers then do enjoy the same rights as those working in the civil service, because they do provide the same level of service to those who are actually civil servants.
Moving on, I call Michelle McLaughlin.
Following the allocations announced on the 24th of September, the following funding has been held centrally: £0.4 million held for the Department of Transport, held for transfer to the Department of Transport in England for the ferry operator scheme; £55.2 million held for further sectoral support and currently unforeseen PPE requirements; £600 million held pending the Department of Health's assessment of pressures for the remainder of 2021.
Call Michelle McLaughlin for supplement.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his response. I'm also mindful of his response to question 1. The Minister is obviously well aware of the various sectors who are still waiting for financial support as a result of the initial lockdown. What reassurance can the Minister give that as we enter another phase of lockdown, localised or wider, which will inevitably place further pressure on already very limited resources, that those sectors will not be pushed to the back of the queue?
Well, can I say that we have set aside that funding, and the Executive has agreed that it will be held to meet the pressures of those sectors. Of course, there are additional pressures coming in too, and we want to ensure that the pot that we have stretches to meet all of that. But it did take some time to address that. I regret that that was the case, but there were, if you like, overlaps between various departments to try and get those issues addressed. I have asked that figures are brought forward to us as quickly as they possibly can be, so we can make an assessment of what is required to meet the needs of those sectors and what may be left over in terms of some of the new pressures that we're now facing. But we have to find that balancing exercise. But there has been a commitment to get schemes to meet the needs of those sectors, and there is funding set aside for that purpose.
I call Steve Aiken.
Indeed, Mayor. Thank the Minister for his answers so far. You've already alluded to in some of the answers you've given the Minister about the transfer of responsibilities mandated by the Executive from the Department of the Economy to the Department of Communities and indeed to the Department of Infrastructure. Could you outline, therefore, if you're looking at any future transfer of resources, which is vitally important, from the Department of Economy to the Department of Communities and indeed the Department of Infrastructure to enable them to deliver on these COVID-related issues?
Well, when we have transferred the responsibility, of course, the funding to deliver some schemes goes with that, and that will be the resource to do that, to do the schemes as well. So I'm sure when those departments, infrastructure and communities, took on the additional responsibilities, they did so knowing they would need additional support for that. I have no plans, or I don't think the Executive plans, to take responsibilities away from the Department of the Economy. We're facing into a very serious economic crisis, and the Department of the Economy will play a key and leading role in relation to all of that. So the Executive is trying to balance not only the funding available, but the resources to make sure that we meet all of the challenges that are ahead of us.
I call Sinead Bradley.
Could I ask the Minister why he or the Executive have still not produced any document that explains the strategy behind your COVID allocations?
Well, what the Executive did produce was a framework document that allowed us to guide us in terms of our discussions in relation to that. That document is the property of the Executive Office, and I'm sure if the member wishes them to publish it, that is a request you can make to the Executive Office. I simply used it as a framework on the basis on which to make recommendations to the Executive for distribution of money.
I call Andrew Muir.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his responses thus far. You can already see there's going to be quite a lot of demand for this funding pot from various sectors, and at this point I would declare that I was previously an employee of TransLink. What discussions and how far have those discussions progressed with Treasury about borrowing powers for revenue expenditure?
Well, what we're discussing with Treasury we'll make a statement tomorrow, actually, to the House tomorrow morning, in relation to ongoing work we've done with both Scotland and Wales in jointly pressing for financial flexibilities. So that is a very early discussion that we're having with Treasury. We have now, or were only in the last week, that there won't be an autumn budget coming from Whitehall, but there is a comprehensive spending review, and we want to engage with that to get more certainty around the funding available to us, but also to press home the arguments that we've been making for some time in relation to financial flexibilities as well.
Moving on, I call Sinead Innes.
Question 6, Liddell.
My officials in Land and Property Services have been engaging with all government departments to review their land and property asset data with a view to collating, mapping and validating the data. To date, good progress has been made in capturing details of over 900 Department for Community sites, and the relevant asset information has been made public through a map viewing tool on the Government's Open Data NI website. Work is also well underway to capture the detail of over 7,000 assets from various government departments, and these will be made public in stages, beginning with buildings first and land assets at a later date. Validation of the Executive Office and Department of Finance assets is being undertaken at present, with the next public release of data expected to be around December this year.
I call Sinead Innes for supplementary.
And I thank the Minister for his response. Does the Minister agree that having a register of public assets will allow the Executive to develop a strategy to provide more efficient use of public assets and reduce costs of service delivery, which will assist our economic recovery?
Yes, I think so. I agree with that assessment. It's really only when you get down into looking at the sheer volume of assets that executive, and that's executive departments, arm's length bodies as well, own a significant number of assets. We have huge pressures in relation to housing and finding land for housing. We have rates being paid on very many of these assets which come out of the public purse. And so to achieve effectiveness and efficiency and savings and better outcomes, departments make more effective use of land and property which they own. And I think a central register of property assets which will link together all the data relating to each asset in a single, easily accessible database is a vital first step to realising those opportunities. It's very clear, and I think perhaps in relation to the question which was asked previously in relation to new means of working, that the executive and government departments and arm's length bodies will probably require less property and less office space than they previously had owned. And I think it's important that we centrally have a sense of what that is, and that is publicly available, so that if people have other opportunities to bid for that or to offer to buy, or indeed community asset transfer, which I think increasingly will become important, that we're not sitting on land and paying for land which could otherwise be put to good use.
I call Paul Frew.
Much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can I ask the Minister, given the public assets and given that departments, when they leave a building, it leads to a dilapidation claim, will the member give a commitment to undertake a survey to look at the degree of discrepancies between what the landlord thinks that a dilapidation claim should be and the department, and the massive discrepancy between those two figures? Will the Minister undertake to survey that and to assess that?
Well, I'm sure we can, but I would assume that's done on a case-by-case basis. There isn't an overall formula for addressing that. I'm sure they're not surprising that landlords and those who pay the rent have different views of what the asset is worth and what is required in relation to the surrender of that asset. But I think the overarching work in which we're doing in terms of a register to give us a sense of where all these properties are, what state they're in, what they're being used for, how much they're costing the public purse to maintain them, what needs are out there within the community, should that, as I say, be community asset transfer, the intention of private developers, the need for land for housing through the housing associations. All of those things come into play, and I think what we want to see is the most efficient use of that, and that means making sure that where we have assets, that they're used properly, where they're not needed, they're surrendered for better use, or where we're paying for assets, that we get out of them in a way which is most advantageous to the public purse.
I call Andy Allen.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the Minister has rightly highlighted the use of public land for new house building, and indeed his colleague, the Communities Minister, has highlighted that she feels her housing targets, or they of the department, are abysmally low. Can the Minister outline the engagement he's had with housing providers around the availability of that land in order to meet a more ambitious new house building target?
Well, I have had engagement with the Department of Communities, with the Minister and our senior team. I got a presentation from them in relation to their housing strategy, and I know they want to look at a number of options, or a number of potential solutions to identify more land. Some of that is looking at the ability to vest land, but there are enormous tracts of publicly owned land and buildings, both in city centres and towns and in rural areas, that I think we need to make sure that we, in the first instance, the public sector, make sure that there are priorities that are set by the executive, and house building is one of them. It's not just the Department of Communities, it's an executive priority as well, that we make sure that all of the work of the Executive goes towards supporting that. And that means that if various other departments are sitting on land banks that are no use to them, that's made available to meet that target. So I have had that engagement with the Department of Communities. I have seen and had a presentation in relation to their housing strategy. And what I want to make sure is that the work that we're doing in terms of compiling this register, making it accessible, pressing departments for an assessment themselves in relation to the assets that they own, then that all contributes to that outcome that he talks about.
Moving on, I call Melissa McHugh.
Ask Concarda Keista ever shocked. Question 7.
I plan to chair a meeting of the Procurement Board in November. Public procurement expenditure is approximately 25% of the Executive's budget. That's an important function to assist the local economy recover from the impact of COVID-19. I intend to ask the Board to agree future strategic priorities for public procurement, which will include an enhanced focus on social value, increased opportunities for small businesses, and a strategy to deliver construction projects faster. There is also a need to review governance structure for public procurement to ensure that the Executive is achieving the best value for its expenditure.
I call Melissa McHugh.
I thank you, Minister, for your reply. In addition to cost effectiveness, Minister, I'm sure you'd agree with me that it's important that those that would be awarded these contracts and so on, that they give priority to the protection of the environment, that they pay a living wage, and that they are improved social outcomes for all.
Yeah, yes, I agree with him, and I think that is something which is increasingly becoming important, not just here, but in other areas in the South and Britain as well, where the idea of social value in terms of public procurement and the spending of public finances has become an increasingly important feature. So I think we want to ensure when the Procurement Board does its work, and we want to look at the governance and the arrangements for that when it does its work, that ethos of social value is very much built into its policies, so that that's very clear understanding for people who want to procure, people who want to tender for public contracts, people who want to provide public services, that there is an expectation that social value and that ethos is very much part of what they will be asked to contribute.
I call Chris Little.
Deputy Speaker, will the Minister deliver a more centralised procurement agency that can lead on delivering major capital projects across Northern Ireland departments as recommended by the Audit Office?
Well, I think there is work to be done in ensuring that major projects are delivered on time. Of course, that takes in the responsibilities and the remit of a range of departments, and we want to ensure that every assistance that can be given to them is given to them. So we are looking at the construct, if you like, of the Procurement Board to make sure that it is as effective as it possibly can be, that policies which are agreed by the Executive in terms of public procurement are then supported and rolled out in terms of how departments do their business, that all departments are bought into those, and also in making it more effective and ensuring that we have a more effective approach to major capital spends. Of course, it's not the only sector of a department that contributes to that. We have a range, as I say, there are a range of departments do their own capital works, but we want to make sure that we get the best value for money. We're in increasingly financially challenged times, so we have to ensure that all public spend is done as best and as efficiently as it possibly can.
Call William Humphrey for a brief supplementary.
Can I ask the Minister, in terms of the reconvening of the Procurement Board, how is he going, talks about the construct, how is he going to populate that board, and can he assure this House that members from the private sector, from private companies will also sit on that board and not just those drawn from the public sector and government?
Well, there are proposed. I will be taking proposals to the Executive in the not too distant future, and I think that we want to ensure that people that have a procurement expertise have a function in that. There is a heavy population of, if you like, almost ministerial representatives on that from departments, senior officials acting on behalf of the Minister. But we want, as a more, I'm not saying this in derogatory terms, a more professional approach to procurement. The Executive should set policy for procurement, and we should ensure that people who have expertise can give guidance to help assist the development of that policy. So we are looking at a more radically changed approach in terms of the Procurement Board, and I will bring some propositions to the Executive in the not too distant future.
That is the end of our period of times for listed questions, and we now move on to topical questions. And I call Alex Easton.
Speaker. Minister, the UK Treasury had announced recently significant funding under the banner of green grant schemes. Did the Northern Ireland Executive receive additional funding from the Treasury under the Barnett Funding as a result of the creation of that initiative?
Can I say I'm not aware of whether we have received Barnett or not. The concentration in recent times has been on getting the COVID Barnett allocations. I will make some inquiries in the department and I will respond to the member in due course by writing.
Colleague Alex for a supplementary.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister, for the answer. Still slightly confused about this because in a written question to the Minister from Communities, she replied in a written question that your department had confirmed there had been. This funding could be extremely vital for jobs, so would you support such a scheme coming to Northern Ireland?
Yes, and if it's the case that we have confirmed that to her, then I'm happy to reconfirm that in writing to you. But I just want to make sure that they have the detail correct in relation to that and what that amounts to, because people see a large figure in terms of an allocation in Britain and they don't realise that we have a much smaller percentage of that. So it's to ensure that people are clear in relation to that. I am, of course, in favour of environmental schemes and schemes which support a green economic recovery, as well as, in general terms, environmental schemes. I think they're hugely important to protect our society, but also protect the ecology that we have here as well and the landscape. So yes, I'd be very supportive of that, and of course I look forward to any propositions from departments in relation to that.
I call David Hilditch.
Deputy Speaker. Minister, what assurances can be given that losses incurred by councils from business rates will be reimbursed?
Well, in the first instance, we have protected the business rates. Even with the rates holiday that we have proposed, we protected the councils, if you like, intake from that. So the councils are not going to lose over the rates holiday, the 4-month rates holiday for all businesses, and they extended then to the end of the financial year, 8-month rates holiday for tourism, hospitality, leisure, retail. We ensured, built into that the cost of that was borne by the executive from the COVID money that we had received. So the councils don't take a hit. And as a matter of fact, they're probably in a better position, because undoubtedly some businesses would have went out of business without that intervention. The councils would have lost the rates completely from those businesses. So they're actually in a better position. We have, over the course of COVID allocations, made funding available. No later than the last COVID allocation, which I announced, I think, last week in the House. There was a contribution to councils to cover economic recovery activity that they're involved in, but also some of the costs associated with those councils.
I call David Hilditch for supplementary.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for that explanation. It's very useful indeed. Would you have any idea at this stage just how much financial help local government has received from the Executive?
I can get the member the full, because there have been a number of allocations made over the last few months. I think the latest one was, I'm trying to think whether it was 20 million or 40 million, but we did make an allocation at the last time. It's not all that the councils have asked for, or the Department of Communities has asked for in relation to councils, but we always get more bids than funding that is available, so we have to try and cut our cloth accordingly. But I can get the figures for the total allocation to councils since the pandemic came upon us then, and provide them to the member.
From McCann is not in his place. I call Melissa McHugh.
Glasgow Carla, Minister, could you please give us an update just on the financial support for businesses forced to close in the Derry-Staban area? As you know, additional restrictions have been imposed in that area, and I'm aware already of businesses closing down because they cannot continue to function.
Well, can I say I signalled to the Executive last Thursday that I had already asked for work to be undertaken in the department in relation to this, and I made a presentation to this morning's Executive meeting in relation to some options to provide support. What we want to ensure is that those businesses which have been forced to close and most directly affected by the additional restrictions that have been put in place can receive some support as quickly as possible, that isn't overly bureaucratic, that it gets very quickly to the businesses that are needed, that it supports ongoing costs that they would have. And clearly, this is a very, very challenging time for all businesses right across the north, not just in the northwest, but there are additional restrictions then, obviously, on hospitality businesses there. So I intend to bring a paper. We obviously have to work with the Department of Communities in relation to that. It's they who will actually pay out the assistance Department of Finance through LPS, I think, works to ensure we can try and devise a scheme which is effective, which gets quickly to those businesses that need it, and which is a very rapid turnaround. And so when those proposals are developed, I will seek executive approval in relation to them in conjunction with the Department for the Economy, and hopefully get support on the ground as quickly as we can.
I call Melissa McHugh for supplementary.
In addition, I know that you've already been involved in lobbying with the Chancellor and so on when it came to furlough, but will you continue lobbying for much needed resources and a financial package, in particular for the North West currently, given the situation they find themselves in?
Well, can I say in relation to furlough that people can re-furlough over the rest of this month. I regret that this scheme is coming to an end at the end of this month, and as I've said many times, I don't think the scheme that will be put in place meets the same targets and outcome that the original furlough scheme has had. But people who have been previously on furlough can, so if employers or employees are not able to go to work over the next 2-3 weeks, then they can re-avail of the furlough scheme. And can I say that the package that we have for support is those directly affected, those who have to close, those most directly affected by this. I recognise that in broader terms the North West needs much more economic packages in terms of regeneration, and that's why City Deals and the money we're investing in City Deals is very, very important, obviously, to the North West. But this is about specifically trying to target those businesses which have been impacted by the restrictions, trying to ensure we give them some assistance with their ongoing costs, and hopefully when the restrictions can be lifted they can get back into more productive business again.
I call Harry Harvey.
Deputy Speaker. Minister, could you provide an update on when allocations for bids of economic support for sectors who have not yet benefited from COVID-19 relief will be announced?
Well, I hope as soon as possible. And as I say, I did speak to some ministerial colleagues on Thursday on the side of the executive meeting, and I've asked for, as quickly as possible, indicative figures, because I knew not only were we dealing with the sectors that have not yet had their needs addressed, but on Thursday the discussion was then coming around to further restrictions and ongoing support needed, particularly for businesses in the Derry and Strabane areas. And so you recognise that there are more pressures coming from another angle. So the quicker that we can have figures in relation to those sectors that have been very readily identified, then the Executive has a clearer sense of what finances it has to play with. So I am very hopeful that they will come very, very soon. It's obviously up to the departments that are dealing with them to bring those forward, and the sooner we get them then, I think the better position the Executive will be to offer the support that's needed.
I call Harry Harvey for supplementary.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister. Has the Minister had discussion with Her Majesty's Treasury in relation to further assistance to support these sectors?
Well, they've had discussion in relation to ongoing support in terms of that they have directly provided the furlough scheme, the support, the loans schemes, the support for the unemployment, for the self-employed. So we've had ongoing discussion in relation to that. The actual allocation in terms of business support is to come out of the COVID money that we got as a bar consequential from Treasury. So it's not that we've been in dialogue with them in relation to support for those sectors. We will be in dialogue with them if we are facing into further restrictions, and that's the meeting that I have sought urgently with them today. If we are into further restrictions, then there will be a need for further interventions from Whitehall, and that's the sort of dialogue we'll be having with them hopefully in the near future.
I call Trevor Long.
Deputy Speaker, can I ask the Minister, is he happy enough following the review of the previous business support scheme that the rating system at rateable value is an accurate and equitable basis for allocating business support?
Well, I'm always careful to use the terms happy about things. Generally in terms of finances we're never happy, but if we're satisfied it's a good start. I think, firstly, I want to commend the people in LPS for the work that they did. I had discussions with them recently, and people worked 7 days a week to get those schemes turned around and get that support out on the ground very quickly. And that was done in a way, and I'm sure, like many government sections and departments and parts of departments, people will have their criticisms of them. But that scheme was delivered in a way probably no other previous scheme had been delivered in the history of the civil service here, with the rapid turnaround. So LPS had had the information and the data to ensure that we knew where businesses were, we knew who was entitled to small business rates relief schemes, we knew who were paying business rates, and that support could be got out very, very quickly. And it was done, and I think there was well over 90% accuracy in terms of that. So I think that's very effective, even in a scheme which had taken weeks and months to deliver, but that scheme was turned around in days and weeks rather than that. So I think it was a very accurate way to do that. And I think the Executive managed through that to get support out on the ground very quickly. Had we started to set up some scheme which required a lot of application and verification, a lot of those businesses would have been out of business by the time we got support to them. So I'd have to say I commend very much the people in LPS who were involved in that work, and they worked tirelessly, and they dealt with a range of appeals. I can only take the feedback I get from elected representatives, and I think by and large that has been very, very positive.
I call Trevor Lunn.
Yes, I thank the Minister for his answer. I hope I didn't sound unhappy with the previous scheme, because it wasn't the intention. But there's always room for improvement. Minister, can he, on the back of Mr Harvey's question, can he confirm whether there are any particular sectors who didn't benefit from the previous scheme who might now benefit from it? And does he think that a sectoral approach rather than the rating system might have some merit?
Yeah, undoubtedly, and I'm not saying everything was foolproof and 100%, but I think we were tasked with delivering support to businesses in as fast a fashion as we could possibly do it, and the most accurate data that we had in relation to who's actually in businesses, who's paying business rates. And so that was the scheme that was used. I'm sure there are other sectors, and of course that immediately pointed up people who don't have their own premises, people who work in shared premises, people who work from home, self-employed people, all of those sectors. But that required a set of data that probably would have had to come from HMRC, which would be much more difficult to access and not possible for us to verify here because we don't have that data. So any scheme that we did would always have its downsides, but I think that the scheme we did got money out rapidly. We've been trying, as we say, since that, to try and find ways to address those sectors who missed out, and the complexity of doing that, I think, is shown by the fact that it's taken so long to try and achieve that.
I call Paul Given.
Assure the House that any scheme that is provided for the North West area and Strabane Council area, when he guarantees the resources for that, that he will also be guaranteeing the same scheme being applied to other council areas or indeed across Northern Ireland if that becomes necessary.
Well, the presentation I gave to the Executive this morning outlined that not only would the scheme need to be fit for purpose to try and get quickly onto the ground, to quickly address ongoing costs of businesses that had to close down, but it had to be extendable because that might last for a longer time. So we had a proposal built in there that can be extended, and it had to be transferable. So the same scheme which would apply in the North West would transfer to other council areas where this might arise. Hopefully it won't arise, but given the increase in terms of the virus right across the north, there's a distinct possibility it will. So that was part of the proposition I put to the Executive this morning, that it is a transferable scheme.
Call Paul Given.
Advise, is the funding of this scheme wholly dependent on Treasury providing it, or will there be resources made available from other departments surrendering monies, or is the Executive considering borrowing to pay for this?
Well, in the first instance, it's to come from the COVID pot that we have left. And as I say, the sooner we have accurate figures in terms of sectors that are left out. But these schemes are for, as it stands currently, for 2 weeks. They're for a limited number of businesses in terms of the overall businesses we have right across the north. And so in the first instance, this will come from the COVID pot. As I say, if we're into a much wider, geographically wider restrictions, an entire 6-county restriction, then I think that's a conversation we need to have with Treasury. And that's why I want to begin that dialogue with the Chancellor. But in the first instance, we will be addressing this from the pots of COVID money that we have left.
I call Matthew Toole for a quick question before we run out of time.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I've finally gotten in. New Decade New Approach Minister set out reviews of civil service reform, including procurement and appointment processes, public appointments and arm's-length bodies. It also obviously committed to a series of reforms coming out of the RHI report. Your department is critical to the delivery of those. Minister, how do you think we can do any of those things without a head of the civil service?
Well, I think we can, because in the first instance, I mean, it's not ideal, and I would prefer if there was a head of the civil service, but our department is responsible for bringing forward proposals, and we're already working on all of the areas that you have outlined. I could go into more detail, but I know we're restricted time-wise, but I can assure you we're working on all of those areas. We will bring forward positions to the Executive, and it really is for the Executive to agree the papers that are brought forward. When it gets to the implementation phase, then of course it requires leadership right across the civil service as well, and hopefully by that stage that issue will have been addressed. But I want to assure you that the absence of a head of the civil service won't delay me or my department from bringing forward the necessary proposals.
That is the end of our period of questions to the Minister for Finance. I'd ask members to take their ease for a few moments. To take their seats. It's now time for questions to the Minister for Health, and we'll start with topical questions.
No, list of questions. Minister, list of questions.
Yeah, and we'll start with listed questions. Minister for Health, and I call Joanne Bunting.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Question 1, please.
Mr Deputy Speaker, on the 23rd of September, my department updated the previously published visiting guidance following a review of the regional alert level. The new guidance revises the principles for visiting which apply across all healthcare settings during COVID-19 pandemic and will be reviewed based on evolving evidence. The visiting guidance has been informed by the Department of Health's COVID-19 guidance on ethical advice and support framework, which recognises that some patients will be cared for in contexts where recovery is not expected, and that includes hospitals. Decisions to permit visitors into facilities on a day-to-day basis will lie with the person in charge. This will be based on a risk assessment and rely on the ability to ensure social distancing and safety of both patient, residents and the visitor. In all circumstances, the intention is that each individual should receive personalised and compassionate care, including appropriate palliative treatment. The pandemic situation exacerbates difficulty in palliative care situations due to physical distancing regulations that prevent or limit family visiting. However, all efforts should be made to allow at least one family member to be present with their dying relative in all care settings where possible. I recognise that the applications of these measures does not allow the level of visiting or contact or support that we would like to facilitate, but my main priority continues to be the reduction of the risk of COVID-19 transmission across all healthcare settings and prevent further outbreaks as far as possible.
Call Joanne Bunting for supplement.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm referring, of course, to circumstances in which normally the immediate family would be called in. And the Minister will know just how important it is that individual and family members get the opportunity to say their final farewells. And in some places this has been reduced to one person, and in others it's been reduced to none at all. Given that it's the ward manager who decides currently, the position is not consistent in individual hospitals, never mind across trusts. So will he urgently move to rectify this most cruel practice, because it's leaving families further scarred and no one should die alone?
Accept the member's point, and that's why we did issue the regional guidance. I don't recognise the situation where no one should be at a dying family members, and if it is happening, I hope the member will give that detail to me, because it's not something that we recognise. The guidance says that there should be one family member allowed to be present, and it is up to the ward manager or the nurse in charge or the manager of the care home to make sure that that happens in a safe way. So I'll certainly look into that specific case that we're looking at.
Call Dolores Kelly.
I thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, and you're quite right to try to enable as many people as possible to say their goodbyes, but you also have a duty to the staff to ensure that they're not suffering verbal abuse as a consequence of given bad news in more than one sense. So I just wonder in terms of how, what measures are being put in place to protect staff as well around the decision-making process.
And I thank the member. Her point is actually very valid, because it has actually been raised with me from members of the trade union side in regards to even how they are being portrayed as being callous in this situation, where it is guidance that has been developed by health professionals that's recognised across a number of jurisdictions, and it is being done to ensure that the visitors, the carers and the hospital staff are kept as safe as possible, which is in very trying times. This isn't something that we want to do. It's not something that my chief nurse or her advisory team wants to do. It's not something certainly that the staff in those settings want to do, because it does place an increased burden on them as well. But what I will say that, you know, the end-of-life care that the staff across all health settings have given, and I've heard many testimonies, as I'm sure the member has, is that we ensure, you know, nobody dies alone, because the dedication of our healthcare system and the professionals within it ensure that doesn't happen.
I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for his answers thus far, and I recognise that this will have been a difficult issue to consider for his department. Can he confirm that any decision on visiting policy is especially informed by the opinions of his chief professional officers, as well as the clinicians and frontline workers in our hospitals?
And I can give the member that reassurance, as I think that reassurance was given to the Health Committee. But what I will say as well, they do give that reassurance in the professional nature that they come as well. But I also know of the human input that they do as well, about the caring side is that they put into this decision-making process. Because as I've said, it's not an easy one, but it is one that's there to ensure the safety of those visiting, but also those who have to facilitate the visiting as well.
I call Jim Allister.
Minister's attention to not just the end-of-life situation, but when newborns arrive, surely the present restrictions are far too severe in respect of fathers who are admitted for the birth, who pass through all the COVID protections, and then are summarily shown the door, effectively, and not allowed to see the newborn or the mother until they are released from hospital. Surely there needs to be more flexibility about that.
And again, the member raises that point. It's not an easy one, and the member will know that. But the guidance is based on the best scientific advice available at any given stage. Northern Ireland is currently at surge level 4 when it comes to our visiting regulations, which states that in maternity settings, birth partners will be facilitated to accompany the pregnant woman to the dating scan, early pregnancy clinic, anomaly scans, fetal medical department, when admitted to an individual room for active labour and birth, and to visit an antenatal and postnatal wards for up to 1 hour each week. That decision is to permit visitors into a facility on a day-to-day basis will still lie with the nurses in charge and be based on a risk assessment and the ability to ensure social distancing and the safety of both patients and visitors. This is not the experience I would hope for expectant mothers, and I recognise that it is a very anxious time for all families. Many difficult requests have been and will continue to be made to the public, around all aspects of health service provision in order to reduce the spread of infection and to protect expectant mothers, their families and the staff providing that care.
Can I advise members that question number 6 has been withdrawn? And I call Paul Frew.
Question number 2, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Each of the seasonal influenza vaccines used in Northern Ireland provide protection against the 3 or 4 influenza viruses which have been identified by the World Health Organization for that year, as the virus is most likely to cause significant disease. The vaccine will only provide protection against these viruses, and factors such as a person's age and health will affect their response to the vaccine given, and therefore will influence the vaccine's effectiveness in preventing flu in that person. Vaccine effectiveness is reported across the UK and is included in each annual national flu report, which can be found online. Vaccine effectiveness can vary between population groups and according to the strain of virus covered by that vaccine, as well as the closeness of the match between the vaccine and the strain of flu. The flu vaccine is the best protection against flu for our population.
I call Paul Frew for supplement.
The Minister for his answer. Could I ask the Minister, given the call went out for everyone to be immunised with regards to the flu jab. Is he confident that the most vulnerable of our society who gets the flu jab on a yearly basis will be able to access it this year?
And the member makes a valid point, and I thank him for reiterating it, because we have been clear that the duality of having the flu and COVID-19 at the same time does increase an extreme risk to the patients. And again, the groups who are entitled to the flu vaccine will be contacted by their health professionals, and well in keeping with the advice. The eligible population groups for flu vaccination in Northern Ireland are primary school children, anyone who has an increased risk of serious illness from flu due to an underlying medical condition, pregnant women, residents of residential or nursing homes, main carers for an elderly or disabled person, frontline health and social care workers, including those working in care homes, and those aged 65 and over. So the amount of vaccine that we have acquired has been increased on the normal standardisation of a year. But one of the most important things that we are doing is ask anyone who is eligible for the flu vaccine to come forward and get it, because it protects them and it helps us fight COVID-19 at the same time.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, just on that point there, the additional category for those eligible for the flu vaccine now includes those who live with people who received shielding letters. Are you assured that there are enough doses?
We have purchased extra doses of the flu vaccine, and as we expand, each category is only expanded to match the availability of the doses that we actually have. So if we have extra capacity, we will be expanding the eligibility of those groups who can actually get it. So I am assured by my health professionals that there is enough flu vaccine this year to meet the current demands of those who we're asking to come forward. But should we get additional supplies, we will be increasing those people who are due to be accessible or can access the flu vaccine.
I call Sinead Bradley.
Mr Deputy Speaker, on that, Minister, given that you are confident that there should be enough vaccine, have you had any conversations with pharmacies to ask whether they could offer capacity in terms of actually delivering on flu jabs this year?
Our community pharmacy partners within the health service do deliver a flu vaccine for those who want to come forward actually and pay for it, so they have the ability to provide it, as well as do our GP services. So it is about getting as many people eligible, not just to receive it, but also to give it as well. So there's a large piece of work going across the health and social care system on peer vaccinators, so that we can increase that pool of people who can actually give the vaccine, and our community pharmacy partners are part of that pool.
Moving on, I call Claire Bailey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Question 3.
I thank the member for her question. The current general policy is that all staff who are symptomatic or isolating as a household member is symptomatic are eligible for testing in Northern Ireland. This includes community-based domiciliary care providers who, as essential healthcare workers, are currently able to access testing either through the HSC laboratories or via the National Testing Programme. Should there be an indication of more than one symptomatic individual among a group of care workers, an appropriate risk assessment will be undertaken by the Public Health Agency, with testing of all individuals undertaken as deemed appropriate by that risk assessment. The priority groups eligible for testing are kept under constant review by my department's expert advisory group for testing, and are updated regularly in line with the emerging scientific and medical evidence as the pandemic continues to evolve. The position with regard to the appropriate frequency of testing of domiciliary care workers is kept under active review by that expert group.
I call Claire Bailey.
Thank you again, and thank you, Minister. Minister, I am in contact with one of my constituents whose mother does receive domiciliary care and has now tested positive and is in acute care with COVID. But we've also heard informally that some of our domiciliary carers attending her, that up to 3 other carers who've been in attendance with the same client have also confirmed positive. And to date, there has still been no formal contact from the caring companies involved, nor from the track and trace system. Does the Minister really feel that this is good enough to protect our vulnerable people, and can he commit to ensuring better systems and protections are put in place immediately?
In regards to the specific that the member raises, I'm concerned. When I hear that, it's not something that I would recognise that I want my testing system or the test, trace and protect system to be doing. So again, not wanting to comment on an individual case. If the member does provide me with the name and address of our constituency and the care company, I'll definitely make sure it's followed up on, but also that the Public Health Agency is in contact with that company as well, because there is a duty of care there that they should be acting on. So if the member wants to provide me with that information, I'll certainly follow it up for her.
I call Colin Gilden.
Last Corlia and Goramagat to the Minister for his answers today and for the member for her question on this. And given, Minister, how vital healthcare workers are in relation to dealing with the pandemic, what plans do you or your department have to expand the testing to all staff and not just those who are symptomatic?
There has been a large piece of work in regards to who is eligible and when we should be doing that regular testing programme, and the member knows full well that one of the first cohorts that we have put in place for the regular repeat testing is our care home staff and care home residents as well, because we have seen through expert advice and guidance and scientific advice and guidance that is the cohort that needs that regular testing so we can protect those residents in those care homes. And when we look even where we are in regards to the number of care homes that are showing positive cases, it is showing that approach and that procedure has been effective in this stage of the pandemic to ensure that we're keeping those care home infections as low as possible. The expert advisory group regularly looks at the frequency of who should be tested, when they should be tested, and the positive contribution that regular testing programme actually delivers for the entirety of our healthcare service, but also how we fight the pandemic. So it's something that's kept under regular review by that group.
I call Pam Cameron.
Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answers. Can I ask the Minister if his department is looking at the possibility of pooling testing, such as we heard about in Health Committee recently, an example which came from a professor in Hong Kong?
I'm not sure of pooling or multiple testing. I know that was an approach that was actually advanced in Germany at the very beginning of the pandemic, where they tested 10 people, put it all into one sample, and if that sample tested positive, then they tested the 10. There was, I suppose, queries over the efficiency of that process, because those 10 people actually had to wait on the first result coming back before they were called for the second test to be delivered, and then the result as well. So it actually delayed the result of what one of those 10 people in that sort of pool would actually be identified as being tested positive. So it's not something we did at the first pandemic. It's not something I think we're considering doing at this point in time either.
Moving on, I call Cathal Boylan.
Led hold question number 4, please.
Again, I thank the member for his question, and I recognise that this is a difficult and worrying time, particularly for those who may have an underlying condition, which means they are more clinically vulnerable to the impact of COVID-19. As members will be aware, new restrictions come into force across Northern Ireland from the 22nd of September. These new regulations do not constitute a lockdown, but the overriding goal is to keep household-to-household contact as low as possible to help reduce the spread of COVID-19. The need for further specific advice for those who were previously shielding is being kept under continuous review. However, at this point in time, there has been no change to the decision to pause shielding, which came into effect from the 1st of August. I know that some of those who were previously shielding are relieved that there has not been a return to the advice to stay at home at all times, and I recognise for others the pause in shielding has been difficult to navigate and has brought with it new uncertainties, which, combined with the rising numbers of COVID-19 cases in the community, has led to a sense of increased anxiety. There is no easy route through the current difficulties that we all face, but I believe that it is important that we continue to seek to achieve as balanced an approach as possible. And there's always a degree of risk in contact with the outside world, but remaining indoors indefinitely is also detrimental to physical and mental health. And I would therefore encourage clinically vulnerable and older people to be particularly careful in following the advice on limiting household contacts, social distancing, hand washing and wearing a face covering. However, I would also ask everyone in our community to play their part in keeping each other safe. At this difficult time, it remains more important than ever that we stick together, stringently follow the public health advice and adhere to the new regulations.
I call Cathal Boylan.
Could I thank you and thank the Minister for his answer. The Minister is well aware that there's been thousands of people had a shield. They are concerned now with the rise in the number of the positive cases. But could I put it to the Minister, what reassurance can he give those people who've had the shield and possibly may have to shield again? And if they do, what supports can he put in place for those people?
And again, the member makes a very valid point. It was a piece of work that was actually commissioned and carried out by the Place and Client Council, who actually engaged with that first cohort who had to shield and their experiences, and that's where that part of my answer comes from. There are those within that cohort who don't want to shield again, and there's a cohort in that group as well who want to shield again. So that's where at this point in time we are looking at a further risk matrix. Should we have to go into the second piece of guidance about who should shield, that it will be a much smaller cohort for very specific medical reasons, and that will be supported by the guidance of CMOs from across the 4 nations. In regards to the support mechanisms, when we do ask someone to shield, I think it's important that we have the support not just of the community, which has been invaluable in the first cohort of shielding, should it be from their local community groups, GAA, Orange Lodges, that first cohort who shielded were well looked after by their communities to ensure that we have the ability for those groups to do it again. And I have been in contact with the Members Minister in the Department of Communities to ensure that that support will be financially and physically supported as well, because that's crucial that we provide an infrastructure to support those people if we do ask people to shield for a second time.
I call Paul Gibbon.
Minister, elaborate on what criteria will be used in triggering letters being sent on guidance, and is that the same criteria that was used in the first instance, and can he assure us that the support package will be in place before the measures are taken?
And I think on following on from the answer that I've already given, the 4 CMOs are currently looking at a risk matrix which will assess what we've learned from the first cohort, and specifically in regards to what medical conditions and underlying medical conditions were more vulnerable for the worst effects of COVID-19, because what we have seen coming into this period and from the learnings in the first part is there were a number of groups of medical conditions that were asked to shield that were not adversely affected by COVID. So it's about keeping as many people not shielded as is physically possible. But in regards to the support mechanisms, the member's vitally correct. When we ask someone to shield, if that's something that we're doing centrally as a government, as an executive, we also have to make sure that those support mechanisms are there as well. And as I say, that's why I've been engaged with the Department of Communities, but also the Department of Finance to make sure it's a holistic package, but also the vital work that even our community pharmacy supplied during that first period of shielding, where they actually set up a delivery mechanism for those who needed prescriptions as well, and that used a lot of community volunteers to deliver that as well. So it's about making sure that all support mechanisms are in place before we take that second step.
I call Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Can I ask the Minister how he plans to support the most vulnerable in our society who may be shielding and struggling with mental illness if they are based in rural communities and do not have access to the internet when seeking support? Thank you.
I thank the member for her question. I know it's an issue that she has raised before in regards to the mental health challenges that do present when we ask people to shield. And again, in the engagement that I had with community pharmacy when they delivered, and looked at working with delivering prescriptions, one of the things that their volunteers was actually saying was it wasn't the time to deliver the prescription that was the most vital. It was about the engagement on the door where they actually had face-to-face interaction, and I think that's one of the challenges that we need. And as I say, just to correct the member, there's no one shielding at the minute. We haven't advised anybody to do that, but it's to make sure that there is community support with engagement, with talking to people, the work that rural support does as well within our rural communities. The Good Morning telephone lines, Good Morning Ballymena, Ballycastle, they operate across across Northern Ireland, but also that additional support, as I said when I was answering the previous member's question. It's about that community cohesion, where we look to community organisations, Orange Lodges, GAA, who really stepped up and engaged to make sure there was nobody left alone, because I think that is one of the largest challenges, that we can't allow anybody to feel abandoned. And again, that came out of the research that we did through the Patient Client Council with that and that initial shielding group, that talking to somebody was vitally important, and it's something that we need to make sure that when we ask somebody to shield again, that there also is those support mechanisms, that they have a voice at the other end of the phone or the other side of the door as well, so there's someone there to support them.
I call Trevor Lum.
Thank you much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Question number 5, Minister.
As a consequence of the need to prioritise the response to the coronavirus pandemic over the past few months, work on a range of projects, including the reshaping stroke care, has been paused. While I believe that this was the right thing to do, I appreciate the wider impact this will have had on stroke patients across Northern Ireland. I can assure you that reshaping stroke care remains a key priority, and I recognise the urgent need for the reform of stroke services in Northern Ireland. Over 19,000 people responded to the consultation on reshaping stroke care, and my officials have completed an analysis of responses. I have asked for some further analysis to be undertaken regarding the staffing requirements for the hyper-acute stroke network proposed in the consultation, and this work is currently underway. I intend to consider this analysis alongside the consultation analysis and evidence base for reform in reaching my decision, and I will update the House accordingly.
Call Trevor Lund for supplementary.
Thank the Minister for his answer so far. He has referred to the increasing pressures caused by the resurgence of COVID-19, and indeed there's some dreadful news coming from across the border today about what's happening there, which may spill over into our jurisdiction as well. But can he give us an assurance that the stroke service realignment will not be unduly set aside as a result of the pressure to COVID-19, given the importance of it?
And I thank the member for his follow-up question. I can assure him that it won't be set aside, but I can also assure him that it won't be rushed, because I think this is a once-in-a-generational decision to change how we support those who've had a stroke and those who need that aftercare once they've had a stroke. So I'll take that in due time and in due process, making sure that I take into consideration the responses and the additional information that I've sought from my department, but also the responses from the consultation as well.
Call Gemma Dolan.
And I thank the Minister for his answers. Minister, you've just referred to the fact that you've asked for further analysis to be undertaken around staffing within the reshaping of stroke care. Can you clarify what issues this further analysis is examining, and what is the timeframe for completion?
I thank the member. As I said in my answer there just recently, this is a once-in-a-generational chance to improve stroke services and deliver improvements and outcomes, and it's for that reason that I'm not prepared to rush into a decision without access to all the information. I believe that information is needed to make the right decision, and I make no apology for seeking some further analysis on the options outlined, because it will depend on where the stroke services are delivered and at what level they are delivered across Northern Ireland. That will have an impact on staff. I need to make sure if we make any change into regards what that future stroke service may look like, that we actually have the staff to deliver it as well. There's no point in coming out with recommendations if we don't have the ability that actually can deliver the work that we need it to be doing on the ground.
I call Joanne Bonny.
Speaker, the Minister knows well that with regard to stroke care, time is of the essence. So on that basis, will he confirm that stroke services in the Ulster Hospital are being protected for people in the east of the province, including East Belfast, North Down, Ards and Cumber, for whom the extra distance further into the other side of Belfast could prove very detrimental to their prognosis?
And again, as I've said, no decision has been made as of yet for the locations where our stroke services will be reconfigured, should they need to be reconfigured. But what I will say in regards to the work that has been undertaken, the SNAP audit, which is an assessment of the delivery of stroke services, which actually happened between January and March of this year. 3 of those stroke units in Northern Ireland actually achieved an A grade and 4 received a B grade, and that's a significant improvement over the last 6 months, when only 2 stroke units achieved an A grade and 2 received a B grade. So the delivery of care that is currently there is of a very high standard, and that's been accredited and assessed by that SNAP audit as well. So the provision that we currently have is fit for purpose and is supporting our patients. And the review, as I said, will be done in the time that it takes for me to come to the right decision that ensures the future proofing of our stroke service in Northern Ireland.
I call William Humphrey.
Question number 7.
I thank the member for his question. It is accepted that the COVID-19 pandemic in particular, lockdown and other restrictions, will have a negative impact on our population's mental well-being. At the start of the pandemic, I put arrangements in place to mitigate and address this impact, and when I published the Mental Health Action Plan on the 19th of May, I included a dedicated COVID-19 mental health response plan. This plan set out the mental health response to the pandemic and outlined specific actions. Those actions included public health messaging to support people to look after their mental well-being while staying at home, and the provision of updated mental health support and advice on the mindingyourhead.info website. It included the development of an online app library to help and support self-help. It included the rollout of psychological first aid training to staff and volunteers on the front line. It provided a provision of free stress control classes online, which have been available since May and will continue to be available until the end of the year. It also included bereavement guidance and a workforce wellbeing framework and dedicated psychological helplines for frontline staff. This support remains in place as we continue to battle COVID-19 and the impact of the pandemic on our community's mental health. A key element of responding to the emerging mental health need is the implementation of the Mental Health Action Plan, which includes the development of a new mental health strategy. This gives us an opportunity to build on our mental health response to the pandemic and build that into a 10-year strategic plan with a substantial evidence base. We can reinvigorate and reorganise services to better reflect the new and emerging profile of need, and we can build on innovative solutions that have come to the fore during this period.
And that is the end of our time for listed questions, and we now move on to topical questions. And I call Martina Anderson.
Minister, could you give us an assessment of the barriers to North-South cooperation that has been revealed by the COVID-19 response?
I thank the member for her question in regards to barriers. There's none that spring to mind apart from the challenges of communication at times, and that has come about by political decision making on either side of the border. We have had challenges in regards to the transfer of information on travel locator forms, which is currently receiving legal advice. The member's Junior Minister, Declan Kearney, and myself attended the North-South Ministerial Council meeting on health format on Friday, and a number of those issues were addressed. But what I can assure the member, there's no deliberate or barrier to the sharing of information or how we respond to COVID-19. There are technical and legal difficulties which we are both working to on both sides of this border to address as soon as we possibly and practically can.
Call Martina Anderson for supplementary.
Minister, I know you're aware that there was a memorandum of understanding signed, and we also know that it's not operable. We know that Ireland is a single epidemiological unit, and we know the spread of COVID-19, particularly in Derry and Strabane today, 804 cases over the last 7 days. So, Minister, I believe, or would you not concur, that there is a need for primary legislation to try to address these issues?
And again, I don't recognise the member's statement in regards to the memorandum of understanding not being operable. I think it does work. I think we've had challenges to it, which we are addressing on either side of the border. They're not political, they're not personal, they are operational in regards to legislation and sharing of personal data, and that's coming from the AGs. That's been worked on at this minute in time. So in regards to primary legislation, it would need objective and coherent and legislation on both sides of the border at the same time. I don't think we're there yet. I don't think we need it, because we have good working relationships between myself and the Health Minister in the Republic of Ireland, or CMOs, and also our public health agencies, which I think we can build on, which I think we can improve, but I don't think legislation is the answer to what we need to be doing.
Patsy McClone is not in this place. I call Claire Bailey.
Speaker, I noticed with some bemusement the statement from the department last week warning women not to take abortion pills at home. Now, we know that early medical abortion pathways were put in place by trusts back in April of this year to facilitate women. So following the announcement on Friday from the Northern Trust that they can no longer sustain this voluntary service, what advice does the Minister give to women in his own constituency to assist them accessing these services?
And to be clear to the member, my department has not given instructions to the Health and Social Care Board to commission abortion services. However, abortion is now legal and can be carried out by registered medical professionals. I'll not comment on the locations within trusts where abortions have been carried out, and the member will be aware I've sought executive agreement on the establishment of an emergency early medical abortion service to ensure that women's health needs are addressed during this pandemic.
I call Claire Bailey for supplement.
Thank you. Well, we know the abortion regulations were laid before Parliament and came into force in March. They provided, as you say, the new legal basis for medical professionals in Northern Ireland to terminate pregnancies lawfully. Can the Minister then tell this House what other lawful medical services his department have refused to provide funding or resource for?
And the members, I think the member's supplementary has been deliberately obtuse in that, because the abortion regulations in 2002 came into force on the 31st of March. They set out the circumstances in which an abortion may take place and establish a requirement for terminations to be certified by a registered medical professional and notified to the Chief Medical Officer. As terminations are carried out outside any normal commissioner arrangements, there is currently no agreed protocol for processing notifications of termination. They contain sensitive personal information and to date have been counted, but otherwise unprocessed. And the member is aware of that and the services that can be provided and are provided across a number of other trusts in Northern Ireland.
I call Tom Buchanan.
Minister, having again witnessed the outrageous and blatant breach of the COVID regulations at the GAA match in Balahi over the weekend, where there was no adherence to social distancing, no respect or regard for the regulations, which were treated with utter contempt, what concerns do you have for the aftermath of this in seeking to control the increase of the virus?
The member raises concerns which I think have been widely publicised, and those pictures, those images were brought to my attention over the weekend. I was disappointed to see it. I was angry to see it, because if there's one person in that group or community who has COVID-19, there is all chance that it is now spread among that group. But it's not just solely restricted to that group that we saw at the GAA match. It's the same as any group that we see portrayed on social media. Should it be in a bar setting where social distancing isn't being observed? Should it be in a university hostel where that social distancing has not been observed? So in regards to what we witnessed and what the member refers to, I'm disappointed, I'm angry, but I also note now that the GAA has suspended all games for forthcoming, and they have also expressed a disappointment of what they're classifying as, I think, is it after pitch or after game actions as well, which I think they are claiming are beyond their control. But I would have liked to have seen more stringent applications to the guidance that was already in place.
I call Tom Buchanan for supplementary.
Thank you, and thank the Minister for his response. But, Minister, this is not the first such incident like this that we have witnessed. Indeed, only 2 weeks ago, my colleague Keith Buchanan raised a similar incident with you in this House. And would you not agree that while the GAA have now put some sanctions in place, this is a sort of a matter of closing the door when the horse is bolted? And obviously that these people, the players and the supporters, that they may well be guilty of passing on this virus to some vulnerable people within our society
Can the member come to
who, as a
question?
result, will lose their lives.
And I think the member said, when we put regulations and guidance in place, it's there for a reason, and it's there to prevent the unnecessary spread of COVID-19. So, as I say, when I saw the examples that were on demonstration and shared widely on social media over the weekend, and in other situations as well, it concerns me, because at some stage the member is right, but more often than like there's going to be someone within that crowd ends up within our hospital setting as well, which puts pressure on our hospital services, on our nurses, on our doctors as well. So there has to be some recognition that our regulations or guidance is put in place to prevent hospitalisations, to prevent people entering ICUs, to prevent death as well. So it's a clear message, and it comes from the executive. It comes from the executive jointly. Our guidance is there for a reason. If there is breaches to those rules and regulations that are in place, I would encourage the PSNI to investigate all media and all social media that is currently available, no matter the situation or the scenario, because if it takes enforcement to get the message through to that small minority of people who think they're either above these regulations or immune to COVID-19, I think that's the point that we're now at, unfortunately. And that's why I welcome the establishment of the Compliance and Enforcement Group within the Executive and support the work that it's doing.
I call John O'Dowd.
Minister, can you advise the House as to whether the serious adverse incident investigation into Craigavon Hospital and Daisy Hill Hospital's COVID outbreaks has begun?
I don't have the specific update to hand for the member, but I'll get back to him. I do know the panel has been appointed for the place and for the SAI that's currently undergoing at level 3. I have given assurances to the team that is doing it, but also reassurances to the families. I've met one of the families that the panel will have the ability to set up its own terms of reference with input from the families as well, and there will be no restriction of either access to information or access to whatever needs to be done by the panel once it is commissioned and up and running.
Call John O'Dowd.
Thank you for that information thus far, Minister. Minister, since the start of September, there has been 22 hospital deaths reported. And I hate going into statistics, but this is important. 22 hospital deaths reported. 12 of those have been associated with the outbreak in Daisy Hill and Craigavon. That's 54% of all recorded hospital deaths are associated with those outbreaks. Surely, Minister, those investigations should be ongoing and the findings used to protect hospital staff, patients and visitors moving forward.
And the member, and I think it's a point the member himself has made various times, that we don't wait on the outcomes of the SAI, but the learnings of what actually happened in the Southern Trust is ongoing, it's live, and that's why I welcome the input from the PHE, the Public Health England as well, into the advice and guidance they gave, so that not just the Southern Trust learned from their experience of outbreaks across hospitals in England and Wales, but that could be shared across all our trusts here in Northern Ireland, so that we don't witness the terrible loss of life that we've seen both in Craigavon Area Hospital and Daisy Hill.
I call Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed. And may I ask the Minister if he could provide an update on the COVID proximity app and how many exposure notifications have been issued?
I thank the member for his question and to update on the COVID app itself. At the end of last week, we actually launched the app, which is now available for those under 18s. To date, it has been downloaded over 411,000 times. It has sent out 8,500 text messages, and app users have received positive messages from uploading the diagnosis key of nearly 2,000 times. But app users have received exposure notifications and informed to self-isolate. 5,722 people have received those notifications. So it shows that our app has been beneficial in contacting those people who may not actually have known that they were in contact with somebody who later tested positive for COVID.
I call Steve Aiken for supplementary.
Thank you very much indeed for the Minister's answer so far. Could I just ask him how the operability of the app is working on both sides of the border?
and again, I thank the member for his question. As he'll know, and as the House knows, our app was the first that was able to operate cross-border in 2 different jurisdictions, and it was discussed at the North-South Ministerial Council meeting on Friday as well in regards to how well it was working. To date, we have received from the Republic of Ireland anonymous keys relating to 1,471 cases, and our app has sent to the Republic of Ireland anonymously 1,355 cases. So therefore, again, there's 2,700 people have been identified on either side of the border because of the interoperability of the app that we produced in conjunction with the Republic of Ireland.
I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Could I ask the Minister if he could tell us, in his view, whose responsibility it is to enforce the wearing of face coverings in the retail sector?
The member will know that this is quite a contentious issue in regards to who is actually enforceable or who should be enforceable. In my opinion, this rule is actually set down in regulation, so it is up to the PSNI to deliver that responsibly and ultimately. But I would encourage all retail providers, all shop owners, to actively encourage people to wear it. I do know there is a more proactive approach now, as we've seen some additional restrictions put in place in the North West. I've seen some of our major supermarkets actually taking a more proactive approach to encouraging people to wearing face coverings in the retail sector, and also in regards to those bus drivers, train drivers, conductors, encouraging people in public transport to use it as well. I do think there's a piece of work that the Executive needs to engage with about the use of face coverings and the benefit that they actually do provide, especially as we are seeing now an increased transmission of COVID-19 in Northern Ireland.
And that is the end of our period of time to questions for the Minister of Health. I would ask members to take their ease for a few moments before the urgent oral question to the Minister for the Economy.
Members, Gary Middleton has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister for the Economy. I would remind members that if they wish to ask a supplementary question, they should rise continually in your places. The member who tabled the question will be automatically called to ask a supplementary. Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the Minister for the Economy what her department is doing, in conjunction with executive colleagues, to provide immediate and targeted financial support to businesses in the Derry City and Strabane District Council area directly impacted by the additional COVID-19 restrictions effective from the 5th of October 2020.
I call the Minister for the Economy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for this question on this very, very important topic. The decision by the Executive to apply restrictions in the Derry City and Strabane District Council area simply reinforces the fact that we are still in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic and that the transmission rate in that locality has risen dramatically over recent weeks. On Friday, I met with business representatives from the North West to discuss the impact that localised restrictions will have and the kind of support they will need. Whilst clearly the greatest help would be to allow them to continue trading, I reassured them that the Executive would provide financial assistance to those businesses instructed to close. While it is mainly hospitality businesses who will be impacted by the Executive's decision, other businesses will feel the impact too. I made it clear that, in my view, this is not a choice between protecting our hospitals or protecting hospitality. I have been enormously proud of the way the hospitality sector in Northern Ireland has acted in a responsible, resilient and determined fashion. Executive decisions have never and should never be a binary choice between health and the economy. The economy is not a nebulous term. It represents every job, every paycheck, every bill, and every dinner on the table. I have asked my officials to engage with Department of Finance officials on Thursday after the decision was made. We have a number of possible options for providing support, but the priority is to devise a scheme that gets targeted financial help to those businesses asked to close in an efficient and streamlined way. My hope would be that the Executive can agree the mechanics on how that support can be delivered within a matter of days. I would also use this opportunity to remind people of the importance of following the Executive advice. Wash your hands, socially distance, wear your mask. We all carry the responsibility of playing our part to slow the spread of COVID, and it is the best way to protect the health of our people and the health of our economy.
Thank you. And I call Gary Middleton to ask a supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for her answer and for joining with me on Friday and meeting some of those business leaders in my constituency. They, like I, recognise the role that the Minister has played with the economy in these challenging times. Our Council was represented at that meeting, Minister. Would you see the Council as an option in terms of getting the money out to businesses on a fast and timely manner?
Again, I do thank the member for organising the meeting. I think people were confused and alarmed, obviously at the rising rates of the transmission of the virus, but also significantly alarmed at the impact on the local economy and on jobs and livelihoods. The main focus on getting a scheme out will be to devise a scheme that is quick, that is clean and easy to administer. And that's really what our focus should be. I was really heartened to hear from the local council who offered their help in any way that they could. And when we eventually make a decision, I think that the local council will have an important role to play in working with the local businesses in checking which businesses are closed or which have been severely impacted by the restrictions in the local area. And if we can remove layers of bureaucracy by allowing the council to administer the scheme, then I'm relaxed about that. But the important thing is to get money out to businesses quite quickly in difficult circumstances.
Thank you. And I call Stuart Dixon.
Mr Speaker. Minister, given the inevitability of where we are in Derry and Strabane, can you tell the House what preparation that you made for this inevitability, or are you just playing catch-up?
I think that even health officials would remind the member that they were extremely surprised, not just by the rise in the number of cases, but by actually the exponential rise and how quickly those cases arose in this particular area. The member asks a very, useful question, because it is important that we realise and that members in this House realise that we as a department have been warning of the impact of lockdown or restrictions on the local economy. We think that that will place our local businesses, who are just starting to build and recover a little bit from where they were from the earlier shutdown of the economy, in a really difficult place. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, but any further lockdowns in the local economy and the end of the furlough scheme will see a significant rise in unemployment. We potentially could experience unemployment levels such as we haven't seen since the early 1990s. That is not a place that I want for Northern Ireland to be, for local communities to be, and I will try in every way possible to support the economy and those people who find themselves in difficult positions. We are not, of course, playing catch-up in the Department of the Economy. We have already submitted our short to medium-term recovery plan. Last week, I submitted documents to the Executive Office, which I hope will be discussed at the next Executive meeting, on the economic impact of restrictions and lockdown. These are very, very difficult, severe times for our economy. And working collectively together, not making political point scoring, would be very helpful in seeing our people and our communities through hard times.
Thank you, and I call Martina Anderson.
Minister, I want to support the need for immediate financial support for businesses in Derry and Strabane, particularly as they are facing into more necessary restrictions. Some of them are running on empty, Minister. So therefore, have you compiled a bid that can go to the British Exchequer, the Treasury, so that those businesses, particularly those that feel that they have been left behind, the thousands of those who are categorised as self-employed, who haven't had a penny of support during this pandemic?
Well, first of all, can I correct the member on a couple of the issues that she has expressed? It would not be up to me to compile a bid to the Exchequer on this. It would be for the Executive to make a financial ask and for the Finance Minister, your colleague, to translate that and talk to Her Majesty's Treasury about that. Can I also say that in terms of those who were self-employed, that there was about 78,000 individual self-employed people supported through the self-employed scheme that has been in place and continues to be in place in the same way right up until the end of October. This is possibly the highest proportion or percentage per head of population throughout the United Kingdom who were actually supported in terms of this scheme. What the member may be referring to is those people who were recently self-employed and therefore had not made a tax return. And there is no doubt that those folk are in very, very difficult positions. And of course, I continue to talk to the Secretary of State at Bays and indeed have written directly to the Chancellor to indicate that this is a national problem which requires a national solution. And one that the Chancellor should address. I am and have common cause with MPs right across the United Kingdom in relation to that particular issue. Can I just, and I will, Mr. Speaker, with your forbearance, round up. I absolutely agree with the member on the need to get some financial support to those businesses who have suffered restrictions. I spoke on Friday to a number of hoteliers from the city. And they all indicated that they were really pleased with the way trading had gone in August. They were looking forward to a better September, October, and they were well aware of the work that the Tourism Steering Group had done in relation to formulating and articulating bids to the Finance Minister, and indeed the Finance Minister in responding positively to those bids. So therefore, they were completely taken unawares by this dreadful rise in the transmission of the virus and the fact that their industry was targeted for restrictions.
Can I ask the Minister to weigh in to comments, please?
Thank you. Nevertheless, like all of the hospitality sector, they are resilient and they will trade through it, but they do need to know, as a matter of urgency, how long those restrictions will last.
I call Cara Hunter.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her comments so far. As furlough is running out, can I ask the Minister how she and her department intend to support employees in the City and District who will have to self-isolate? There may be questions of affordability, but we can't afford to have those who are supposed to be self-isolating attending work to feed their families.
Can I ask the Minister to keep her remarks to 2 minutes, please?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I do apologise.
Point of order, Mr Speaker.
Take the question? Okay. Can I thank the member for her question? 2 elements to this that I really do want to address. One is the issue of support for those who are self-isolating, and the Finance Minister has indicated that he will find out whether or not there are any kind of what we call Barnett consequentials in order for money that would come to Northern Ireland specifically for that. And I am hopeful that we will be able to address the financial issues around businesses that have been asked to close in the relatively near future, but would remind the House that this is a situation that is likely to be repeated around Northern Ireland for some considerable period of time, and therefore we as an executive have to be sure that there will be the finances to support that, not just in the North West, but in other areas across Northern Ireland, should that need arise.
Can I call Steve Egan?
Yes, and thank you very much indeed for the Minister's remarks so far. I think one of the big issues facing Londonderry is hope for the future. One of the things I would like the Minister to do is probably make a comment about what she's doing to progressing the Magee University, and particularly the move towards the new medical school, which I would think would send a very strong message to the people in Londonderry about their future and their ability to come out of the COVID situation.
Well, of course, the Executive took a decision to support the medical school at Magee, and I noticed actually in social media this morning that there were some calls out for their first students to apply for the 2021 period. I think that that is very hopeful. Can I also say that I have been working with my department around some of the city deal bids for the City of Londonderry, and I'm hopeful that they will start to progress their business cases and we will see movement in relation to that, and funding, direction and as you say, hope for the city.
Call Tom Buchanan.
Mr Speaker. Minister, over recent days there has been much media coverage of a potential circuit breaker across the UK, indeed across the Irish Republic. If that were to be the case, how do you see the Executive providing financial support to those who are unable to get to their place of work?
Again, a very important and timely question, given the speculation that is out there in the media. If the UK were to have a circuit breaker that would impact across the whole of the United Kingdom in the way that previous lockdowns had, then I do believe that it would be for our national government to provide the funding, the help to businesses and to individuals who are unable to work in that situation. If we have regional or sub-regional issues around further restrictions, then I think either we get some additional help from the Exchequer, or the Northern Ireland Executive will have to finance some of that themselves. Be aware that should we continue to do this, the Department of Health have indicated that this will impact on the economy for some time to come. I hear speculation that we could require more than one of these so-called circuit breakers. I think before we talk any further on this, we should, one, analyse the impact on the economy and analyse our ability to pay.
Thank you. And I call Kiva Archibald.
Corlia, and I thank the Minister for her update and concur with her about the economy not being some nebulous term. It's really about people. Both our businesses, many of them SMEs and their workers, and the health of both are very much interlinked. In respect of that, can I just ask the Minister, in relation to the bids that she made and was allocated funding for to support economic recovery, is she considering how that funding could maybe be reprioritised to support some of those businesses that are struggling financially as a result of closures or reduced income?
Well, as I have indicated in this session of questions, the current situation is that we are looking at how we can immediately support those businesses who have been impacted by the restrictions in the North West. I have no doubt that we may have to look at that on a further sub-regional basis on a number of occasions. However, many of the bids I made were to help the economy recover and are aimed at the structural recovery of the economy so that we have a tourism and hospitality sector where people can work, earn their living, and where we can be proud of Northern Ireland. One of the great things that focus everyone's mind is the fact that for tourism and hospitality, we are depending on, we're looking at 65,000 jobs within the economy and over 1 billion last year of its contribution to the local economy. And as the owner of the Bishopsgate Hotel in the city said to me on Friday, we not only need hope, but we need to know that the Executive and the Assembly are with us in the long-term recovery of our sector, and that they will stand by us. And that's what most of those bids are designed to do, particularly those bids around tourism and hospitality.
Nicole Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Minister for coming and answering this urgent oral. She's talked about bringing a paper to the Executive reflecting on the economic impact of further lockdowns. But with respect to the Minister, we've yet to see a paper positing a recovery plan for the first set of lockdowns. Can I ask what exactly she's going to bring to the Executive? Will it be a long-term economic strategy that looks 6 months, 1 year down the line to take us through the current pandemic and out the other side? It would be really helpful to understand what exactly her department is going to produce.
Can I thank the member for his question and recommend to him as an urgent and a required piece of reading the document that we published in June of this year, which was Rebuilding a Stronger Economy. And in that document we addressed both short and medium term issues for the Northern Ireland economy. The need to support those traditional sectors that we rely upon, that are part of our values, and that we have many of us are so interlinked with, but also the need to look at new opportunities for the Northern Ireland economy, particularly in the digital sector, in health and life sciences, in advanced manufacturing, and of course in the green economy. So I have already a roadmap for those short and medium term interventions, and of course we are preparing that overall economic strategy, which will not just be for the Department for the Economy, but for the Department for Infrastructure, for the Department for Communities, because these are all aspects of building the Northern Ireland economy for the next century.
Thank you. And I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for her responses thus far. As the Minister will be aware, the support for the package that you're hopefully going to bring forward will come from the pot of funding of £55 million. That, forbearance, Mr. Speaker, to explain, that pot is for TransLink, and I was previously an employee of TransLink, private coach operators, tourist travel agents, hauliers, taxis, and also the excluded, and probably more forgotten about. If the Executive isn't given additional financial support, how confident is the Minister that she'll be able to support other council areas if they're given further restrictions?
Can I thank the member for his question, but perhaps maybe maybe correct one element of it. TransLink have already been given tens of millions of pounds in additional funding during this financial year to support a recovery position for TransLink, but also the losses that they have incurred during the period of the pandemic. So perhaps they have already had a lot of the allocations that they will will either get or require. Yes, there are a huge number of demands within the system, and many people who are hurting in Northern Ireland and who have felt the harshness of the pandemic, not just on health, on family life, but also on their finances. And it will be, of course, for the Finance Minister and the Executive to decide how that money is distributed. But we will, of course, keep to the fore those areas that have suffered from local restrictions. And we may need to ensure that the Exchequer know of the difficulties for Northern Ireland.
I want to call Gordon Dunn.
Thank the Minister for making her points today and all her efforts to date in supporting businesses through the COVID crisis. Minister, how does the Executive make such a difficult decision when we have to make a decision in relation to the balance of the health of our people and the economy of our country? Does it prove difficult, and can you give us an assurance that it is fully assessed before such a decision is made?
Can I thank the member for his question? And he reflects on something that I think each and every Executive Minister feel as they have to make decisions. As I have said before, and as one Executive Minister today, this should never, ever be about hospitality or hospitals, because they are all interlinked. And long-term unemployment as a result of economic downturn caused by the pandemic will have grave consequences in communities right across Northern Ireland. I have already referred in this House to the fact that we could see unemployment at figures not seen in Northern Ireland since the 1990s. That is a terrifying prospect for families and for communities and for individuals. So therefore, these are really difficult questions. But let us not also forget that we are a resilient people. We're a hopeful people. We have come through really dreadful circumstances and violent circumstances before. We will weather the storm of the pandemic, but it will require us all working together to make sure that our focus is in the right place and that we can get to the help to the people that really need it.
I call Melissa McHugh.
Cont'd. Minister, I live in the northwest, Derry City and Strabane District Council area, and I'm only too well aware of businesses that I know that have already closed down last week in anticipation of the restrictions coming in today. And I'm also too well aware of employees who are on reduced income as a result of self-isolating, an anomaly that exists between them working in private care homes and those that have worked for the Western Trust. But given that your own economic recovery strategy outlines the need to address regional imbalances, will you consider calling in Invest NI to prioritise areas of low employment and where hopefully we'll have a greater input from them in terms of job creation and financial assistance to them for job creation in the North West?
Can I thank the member for his question? and you do raise a very important element of the economic strategy that I have outlined, and which the Executive have adopted as part of their recovery strategy for Northern Ireland as a whole. We need to address economic imbalances. That won't just be for the North West. There are many other parts of Northern Ireland that feel the pain of high unemployment and reduced opportunities for younger people. One of the biggest factors that we will be able to do that is bringing new jobs and actually investing in areas like skills and education for our people. Just this morning, I announced 3,000 new online training places for those who have been impacted by COVID or unemployment. I would urge people to look at those training opportunities and take the opportunity now, while furlough still exists or while there are reduced hours, to upskill and improve chances in the labour market. That is really important. Of course, I've also introduced the package on apprenticeships, and I will continue to look for opportunities, finances permitting, to help and improve the lot of particularly young people who have been disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. In terms of Invest Northern Ireland, they of course do work with local councils and with local development structures to try to address skills, jobs and imbalances in the local economy. And finally, I'm looking forward also to progressing Project Stratum, which I think will help in regional imbalances in the economy, since so much of Project Stratum will cover rural areas of Northern Ireland, therefore improving connectivity and the ability for firms and individuals to be competitive at their work.
Thank you, and I call Justin McNulty.
Can thank the Minister for coming to the House today and for her answers thus far. The Minister will be aware of the plight of cross-border workers. And I know that cross-border workers are impacted adversely in the North West and in my own region throughout this pandemic. Whenever support is brought forward, Minister, for the North West and for any future COVID restrictions across the North, will she undertake to ensure that her, along with the Communities Minister, who ultimately has responsibility for cross-border workers under EU law, will ensure that cross-border workers are looked after as part of any future arrangements?
Can I thank the member for his question? So I'm going to answer this in two parts today. One is the very important operation of the Common Travel Area, which gives people the right to live and work in both jurisdictions right across the British Isles. And I think that that is very important. And today I was briefing the Executive on how we could ensure that qualifications were recognised in all of those areas so that working across borders becomes easier. We need to see the detail on that fairly quickly from the negotiations and from that perspective. I think the member refers in his question to around those people who perhaps work in the Republic, but because they live in Northern Ireland cannot claim the unemployment benefit that was awarded to those people who were on furlough, etc. I'm afraid this is an EU regulation, and this is part of the problem of being controlled by the European Union.
Members, that concludes this item of business. Thank you all. And we're moving on now to we return to the debate on the consequences of the British Government breaking international law motion. And I now call Paul Given.
Mr. Speaker, and the Minister there took us neatly into a debate on Brexit. So thank you for that, Minister. I suppose the question that members need to ask, first and foremost, is has the United Kingdom broken the law when it comes to considering this debate? There is an issue around reputational damage that members may believe that the United Kingdom's action could be counterproductive to that on the world stage. Interesting how nationalists are worried about the British reputation across this globe, and that'll not be lost on many people. But has the United Kingdom broken the law? I think the question to that is no, it hasn't, because there hasn't been any court judgments in respect of this. European Commission have now instigated or a notice of potential legal action, and that would run its course. But much of the commentary that has taken place from members would infer that the UK has broken the law, and that isn't the case. Whenever we consider parliamentary sovereignty, which ultimately this is the UK Parliament that we're talking about, and this is an issue that's being dealt with in the UK Parliament, which some members in this House whose colleagues don't take their seats, but yet keep inflicting this chamber to debate after debate. At least, to be fair to the SDLP, they take their seats at Westminster and try to argue these points where actually the power resides, unlike Sinn Féin, which, if they were truly concerned about people's rights, they should take every forum open to them to try and articulate on behalf of their people, but they don't do that. But when it comes to parliamentary sovereignty, members will know that no executive branch or UK minister can just sign up to an international treaty. Those treaties then need to be brought through the national parliament and transposed into domestic law. And hence, if parliamentary sovereignty is vital for the acting or putting in place these laws, well, Parliament can accept that it makes mistakes, and Parliament may then decide that it wants to change that, and that's something that we should encourage. I will.
I'm grateful to my friend giving way. I wonder, could he reflect on the opinions of Martin Howe, QC, who said Section 38 of the Withdrawal Agreement preserves parliamentary sovereignty and makes it quite clear that Parliament has the right to pass the clauses which the Government is proposing, and thereby overrides the errant clauses in the protocol, the errant clauses which my friend was referring to.
No, it's a helpful contribution.
Has an extra minute.
And he makes the point for me. What Parliament can do, it can also undo. That'll be legal. Now, it may be subject to the reputational damage that members opposite are concerned about, but when it comes to the principle of what Parliament is able to do, Parliament ultimately is sovereign. That's why we believe in an independent United Kingdom. It's also why we wanted to release ourselves from the shackles of the European Union and the way in which it conducts itself. And in a previous era, Sinn Féin were with us on this. They were opposed to everything that Europe was trying to do. It opposed countless treaties, campaigned against treaties. I really wonder what those who fought in the 1916 Rising thinks of their comrades today. They fought for freedom, and now the legacy passed on to them are people who are sycophants of the European Union and subjecting themselves to foreign rule. So Sinn Féin need to just ask themselves, do they want to keep bringing these motions back to the Assembly? Because we'll keep pointing out these contradictions for them. But in terms of the fundamental principle around can Parliament do this, then yes, it can. But this gets to the point, though, even in the clauses contained within the United Kingdom Internal Market Bill, if it even comes close to breaking or potentially breaking the law, I think that is something that members rightly can call in to question. Because the regulations that are made under those clauses may be subject to a breach, and that will be subject to further legal debate. But the actual clauses that are contained in that, I don't think comes anywhere close to breaking international law. And yet we have listened now for weeks the concerns being expressed by members in regards to this issue. Yes, I'll give way to the member from South Belfast.
I'm very grateful to the member for giving way. He said the provisions in the bill don't come close to breaking international law. Why then does he think the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland said at the dispatch box these provisions will break international law?
That's a question you can ask the Secretary of State. I'm not worried about the Secretary of State. I'm worried about what's actually in the bill. And whenever I look at it, but ultimately, let a case be taken, and if it ends up in court, we'll get a judicial ruling on that. I doubt very much that it'll ever come to it. But even when it comes to the UK Human Rights Act of 1998, it also raises this issue contained within that it also provides for non-compliance under important treaties, namely, actually the European Convention on Human Rights, one would consider a very important treaty. That Act of 1998 makes provision for non-compliance if it comes to the stage where the United Kingdom government feels that it wants to do it. And turning to the actual...
Member, bring his remarks to a close.
Yes, I'm struggling to see how long I've left, Mr. Speaker, because the time hasn't been up. How long? I know that's been my problem. The time hasn't been up, Mr. Speaker, but I'm sure that'll be kept in order for the benefit of other members.
Yes, you haven't that long left. Thank you.
Yeah. So even when we look at the protocols, Article 16 of the protocol allows potentially for breaches that are deemed serious. So the protocol itself allows for a breach to take place, but Article 1 of the protocol actually refers to the importance of the Good Friday Agreement. Contained within the Good Friday Agreement, the principle of consent, an integral part of the United Kingdom. Membership of the United Kingdom then should ensure that we have free trade within the component parts of the United Kingdom. And so what is happening with the protocol is the undermining of the Belfast Agreement and our position within the United Kingdom. I'm not sure, Mr. Speaker, if my time's up. It hasn't been on display.
I'm advised your time's up, and I think you've adequately put your position. Thank you. Okay, I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am grateful for this motion having been brought before the Assembly, and I rise to support it in broad terms. It's first of all worth saying at the beginning of my remarks something I said more recently in several of these debates, and that is that earlier this year this Assembly passed a motion calling for an extension to the transition period. That was ignored by the UK government. I would reiterate again, as we all on these islands and across this continent look at the choppy headwaters of a pandemic, rising cases and severe economic difficulty likely to flow from it, we should all surely in this Assembly agree that the most rational thing would be to follow that Assembly motion from a few months back and extend the transition period. Having said that, it looks unfortunately like the ideologues in number 10 are not going to do that and are going to ignore it. But this motion sets out the extreme disappointment and disapproval that the UK government has chosen to state, not just in the legislation but on the floor of the House of Commons, own up to the fact that they are plan to take the power to break international law. Clearly that is, Mr. Speaker, unacceptable. I've said it on this in this Assembly multiple times. And why is it unacceptable? It's unacceptable because international law relies on states doing what they say they do in international treaties. The point that has been made more than once, including today by Mr. Given, is that Parliament is sovereign, therefore Parliament reserves the right to resile from any international legal obligations that it makes. I'm happy to give way.
I'm grateful to the member for giving way, and he's a doughty champion of the European Union, no doubt as an institution of rules. That being the case, how does the member explain the convergence criteria that the European Union established for itself for countries to be admitted to the Eurozone, which they subsequently tore up in allowing Greece and Italy to join the Eurozone? Their rules mean one thing at one time and another thing at another.
Member has an additional minute.
I'm grateful. Convergence rules and the Eurozone are not what we're debating today. Albeit, I will say that they have made clear their position around the accession of, as it were, this jurisdiction back into the European Union, should we so wish at a later date. But to go back to my remarks in relation to this motion, it matters profoundly that the UK government and indeed all parties to the Good Friday Agreement not just live up to our obligations to one another, but treat one another with a degree of trust and respect. I'm afraid that has been sadly lacking over the last few years. Mr. Speaker, as I've said multiple times on the floor of this Assembly, it isn't just liberal Remainers like me, it isn't just bleeding heart Europeans who are annoyed about the UK government breaking international law or saying it's going to break international law. We've had Brexiteers like Michael Howard, Geoffrey Cox. These are people who I agree with on very little, but who have talked about how terrible it is that any UK government should admit it's going to break treaties. Some in this chamber might say that British governments have a history. I, despite being a nationalist and proud to serve as a nationalist in this chamber, used to work for the UK government. I have a slightly different attitude to the UK state. I don't stand here and gleefully bash it, as Mr. Given sought to characterise. But this UK government, be in absolutely no doubt, is becoming a pariah state around the world because of the way it treats its international treaty obligations. And that is not something which you have to take from me. That's something which you can take from a certain Margaret Thatcher, who said in 1975 at the launch of the Conservatives for Europe, Britain does not break treaties. It would be bad for Britain, bad for relations with the rest of the world, and bad for any future treaty on trade. Mr. Speaker, it's not just about this part of the world. It's not just about Northern Ireland, although we are critical to it. It's about how this state sees itself around the world. If they want to be taken seriously, then they have to live up to their treaty obligations. And it's fine to say that Parliament is sovereign. If Parliament is sovereign, then what's the point never signing a treaty? It doesn't make any sense to simply be that reductive. The Good Friday Agreement is ultimately what is being protected in the Ireland Protocol. Let's be clear, no one thinks the Ireland Protocol is a ideal or optimal outcome for Northern Ireland, for this whole island, or indeed for trade relations across these islands, but it is simply and only a reaction to the red lines of successive British governments, red lines which were in part produced with the encouragement and collaboration of the party opposite. Nobody should be in any doubt that this is anyone's ideal scenario, but these are a set of protections that we need. They were carefully crafted and laboriously negotiated by the UK and the EU. They are in a treaty that is now lodged at the United Nations. It is genuinely unthinkable that any country seeking to take itself seriously would walk away from them now. And I've heard others in this chamber complain about the provisions of the protocol and Northern Ireland's place, as it were, within the UK internal market. Let me be absolutely clear. I want to see unfettered trade, east-west and north-south. Nobody should be in any doubt about that. But a couple of points in relation to that. First, I'll draw my remarks to a close. First, the thing that is causing disruption to trade on this island and across these islands is Brexit. This motion I support because it reasserts that this is about maintaining international law and delivering on the obligations made to people here.
I call Steve Egan.
Much indeed, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, may I commend the motion being brought from Sinn Féin and particularly from Dr. Caoimhe Archibald, because I think the tone of this debate has probably been better than the usual Brit-bashing fest that we've been used to over the last month and a bit. I may also commend my very learned friend indeed from South Belfast for realising the Ulster Unionist Party's desire to have no borders north, south or east or west. But I think one of the most important things that we need to consider here is the importance of where we're at for Northern Ireland.
Members, order, please.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker, because that was quite disrespectful for talking over to me. And it doesn't really suit you, Matthew, because you're not normally of that sort. But allow me to, I imagine I would continue to do in the spirit of that as well. But the issue is the United Kingdom having the possibility of breaching international law. And the most important point is that the Vienna Convention has been something that the United Kingdom has looked to support for a considerable period of time. And indeed, the Ulster Unionist Party has noted with concern the approach from the British government in their attempts to breach this particular law. And we have raised those issues in the House of Lords. Indeed, we have raised those issues directly with the Secretary of State. And one of the reasons we've raised these issues, because one of the things about the Internal Market Bill is it doesn't answer the fundamental questions we have to deal with, and that is particularly with trade, where it's coming from Great Britain into Northern Ireland, or what we would call the level playing field for Northern Ireland and a level playing field across our nation in the United Kingdom. Now, the fact that people might cite examples of the European Union, and I think we've already had one example being quoted about the Grexit situation and what happens to Greece. But unfortunately for many of us who have served, having to deal with the aftermath of the EU's intervention in the former Republic of Yugoslavia and the disaster that was, or indeed what's happening in the Mediterranean right now, or indeed the meddling that seems to have taken place in the Ukraine, you realise that the European Union is hardly a paragon of virtue when it comes to international. Certainly.
Member agree with me, there is an irony in being lectured on the need and the munificence of European Union rule, when this is an organisation that for 20 years auditors have been unable to clear their books?
May I thank the member for, and may I thank the member for his comments. The next thing he'll be telling me that they will be following sort of the Northern Ireland government's particular rules, that they haven't had their accounts audited or have always been given a qualification so far. But I think the other issue we need to be considering as well is that we've had examples cited of the United States. And one of the things I think was of considerable concern to us within the Ulster Unionist Party is less than 2 weeks ago, members from other parties, despite the implications of COVID, drove all the way down to Dublin for what is essentially a photo opportunity with Simon Coveney. And when Simon Coveney the next day...
Order, members. Sorry, Mr Egan. Members, it's just appeal you to pay respects to the Speaker on his feet.
Okay. But when Simon Coveney, who then went to the United States, he cited the example of quite a few members of the United States administration and the legislature about their support for so-called rule of law. And indeed, one of them he quoted was a Republican representative who supported such really sort of proper things like Trump's wall, repealing the Affordable Care Act, removal from NAFTA, removal from the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And indeed, for many of us on this side of the House, there's a considerable concern that that particular representative seemed to spend a lot of his time glorifying IRA terrorism in the past. None of these things are likely to be able to raise their point to us to show that this is the kind of thing we should be looking at, and that is not an example. And if anybody thinks that it's not just a question of Republican administrations, but Republican administrations and Democrat administrations in the United States have both been very neglectful of international law and international treaties. But the real issue we have to have, and I've said it time and time again, is we have an opportunity here as members of this Assembly to send a message to both Frost and to Barnier, who are going into a non-tunnel tunnel, depending on which way you look at it, to send a very clear message that we want to see the lightest touch of regulation for all the people here in Northern Ireland. We do not want to see the issue where our goods in our supermarkets are going to go up in prices. We do not wish to see the position of our electricity market, meaning that we're going to have to pay more than 5%, an additional 5% for energy. We should, as an Assembly, be gathering together to instruct our executive to go and talk directly to Frost and Barnier and say, for Northern Ireland, you keep on saying that you want to put the Belfast Agreement to the fore of where we are. Well, let's do it. Actually, you've already intervened. Let us do it. We have an opportunity here. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is the fourth sort of debate we've had on this issue. And we, as the Ulster Unionist Party, have put in motions time and time. I think we've put in 2 motions. And one of them is we wanted to debate about the issues about us talking to both the United Kingdom and the European Union about putting the interests of Northern Ireland first. So we still have that opportunity. So rather than continuously talking on about what the United Kingdom government has done is not going to do, we also really clearly need to talk about what the European Union should be doing as well. And we, as an Assembly together, on behalf of the people of Northern Ireland, should indeed be doing that. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I do rise to support the motion and speak on the subject for what I think is certainly the third, and maybe Mr. Aiken's right, the fourth time in the past number of weeks. Brexit is indeed a huge multifaceted issue, though I'm not quite sure why we keep coming back to the same specific point when the Assembly has debated and voted on this already. But I know my colleague Dr Stephen Farry, MP, has been working very hard to address these issues in Parliament by tabling amendments to the Internal Market Bill, as indeed of other Northern Ireland MPs. Perhaps today, the party that has tabled this motion...
Mr Dixon, would you just take your seat, please? Could I ask the members, just please, from a sedentary position, not to be making your voices? It's respect to the Speaker. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Perhaps, Mr. Speaker, the party that tabled the motion today, however, could tell us what they're doing on this issue, other than submitting motions to this Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I don't really want to stand here and once again rail at the United Kingdom government just for the sake of it, but I am genuinely disappointed that this is the path that the government is taking. and the damage that it's doing to our standing and our reputation around the world, a comment that has been made by others in this chamber. The provisions, Mr Speaker, of the Internal Market Bill that enable the United Kingdom Government to override an international agreement are an embarrassment. They need a rethink urgently, and as it moves to the Lords, perhaps we will see the shape of some changes to come. At this point, I think we all need to accept that Brexit is a mess. It is bad for business, it's bad for people's lives, and it's likely going to be bad for the international relations of the United Kingdom and its diplomatic influences around the world. We know that the protocol is not an ideal solution, but it's a response to the issues that a hard Brexit throws up. It's a compromise of a compromise. It's damage limitation. The original backstop would have offered much more and a more workable way forward for the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland. But that was rejected by some because it didn't go far enough to depart us from the EU. Now the government says that these provisions are to override the protocol or just a safety net, and supposedly to protect the Good Friday Agreement. But if such changes were required, why were they not negotiated into the original agreement? However, the United Kingdom government agreed a deal last year, and the Prime Minister ran a general election on it. And if these issues were so central, why is it taking this long for the government to take action on it? There is, of course, the state aid red herring, which ignores the reality that the United Kingdom agreed with Japan, and in fact that binds it to stricter state aid rules than those that the EU is proposing. Now we have a situation where the UK's largest trading partner has launched legal action to try and enforce the agreement, all while the country seeks a comprehensive trade deal with it. Mr Speaker, this yet another self-inflicted wound. How can the United Kingdom possibly go to other countries around the world and seek new trade agreements when it openly breaks deals signed not even a year ago? A no-deal outcome was never mentioned during the referendum, but now we're being told it's a good outcome. For whom? Certainly not for the workers and businesses that I come in contact with in Northern Ireland. And on top of the economic pain that we're already facing, it will just add further devastation. Ultimately, Mr Speaker, the UK Government can sort this by meeting its international obligations and striking a comprehensive trade deal with the European Union. 2020, by any stretch of the imagination, has and will be a tough year for everyone. People are worried about their incomes, their health, and businesses are on the edge. The deadline is galloping towards us. We need to be building a better future with fewer barriers to trade, protecting people's lives and standards. Sadly, I am not convinced that debating the same motion again and again will achieve any of this.
Thank you, and I call Christopher Stalford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And before I get into my comments, can I apologise for my chuntering from a sedentary position on the back bench? I was chatting to my colleague from North Antrim. He was just so excited to see me back. And I apologise to you, sir, for any offence that I've caused you.
Mr Story may be a bad influence on you.
Yes, that's right.
Keep an eye on that.
Mr Speaker, the dictionary definition of cynicism is an inclination to believe that people are motivated purely by self-interest. And week after week, it appears as though we're debating a motion on one aspect or another of the United Kingdom's decision to leave the European Union. On this occasion, it's tabled by Sinn Féin. When the United Kingdom and the Republic of Ireland went into the common market together, Sinn Féin opposed that. When the Single European Act was passed, Sinn Féin opposed that. When the Maastricht Treaty, which created the European Union, was passed, Sinn Féin were opposed to that. When the Nice Treaty came along, Sinn Féin were opposed to that. Sinn Féin were opposed to the European Constitution. Sinn Féin were opposed to the Lisbon Treaty. Sinn Féin have been Eurosceptic longer than the Conservative and Unionist Party have. But suddenly, in this context, they are the great defenders of an organisation that they, not a few years ago, were denouncing as a corporatist scam that suppresses wages and exploits workers. It's for them to justify this sudden volte-face. Now, I have no doubt the next speaker after me will stand to their feet and say, we, in that perfunctory way, like some Brezhnev-era apparatchik towing out the party line, we're in favour of a reformed European Union. Our experience, I think, has taught us reform of the European Union is impossible, because it is an organisation in the 1957 Treaty of Rome that exists, according to its own definitions, for one purpose and one purpose alone: ever closer union and the dismantling of the nation-state. The irony of Republicans who drape themselves in the Irish flag and defend the sovereignty of the Irish people, so gained at such cost from evil British imperialists, now getting to their feet to defend a quasi-national government of the European Union is clearly lost upon them. It is ironic that they decry rule from London, but plead and beg to be ruled from Brussels. What sort of nationalists are they? People can see through this. They know what it is. It's positioning not out of any fealty to the European Union. To be fair, I've long given up on converting my colleague from South Belfast on that issue. That pass has long been sold in terms of his adherence and devotion to an organisation headed up by a failed German defence minister who had to be got out of the country because she was the least popular cabinet minister in Merkel's cabinet, and they found her a cushy job in Brussels on €122,000 a year. We've given up trying to convert Mr O'Toole to see the true nature of the European Union. But there's hope. There may be hope. There may still be a beating nationalist heart in Sinn Féin. I don't know whether it's nationalist or not anymore. Multinationalist, corporatist. I'm sure Jerry Carroll has a few words that he would use to describe it. What the government has done is rightly take the necessary measures to ensure that we are not tied in to this dangerous protocol, which is... Yes, I will.
Thank you very much indeed for coming back. We have enjoyed it. Thank you, Christopher.
Someone wouldn't give in. What the government has done is move to ameliorate the dangerous and damaging effects that this protocol will have, because it cuts Northern Ireland off from its largest market. Now, you cannot stand to your feet and say people need certainty and businesses need help and businesses need reassurance, while at the same time defending a proposal that cuts us off from our largest market. What you're doing if you defend that proposal is you're hurting Northern Ireland business. You're making it harder for people in Northern Ireland to get ahead and to make a living. You cannot stand to your feet and say you're standing up for the community when you're taking money out of your own constituents' pockets by supporting this protocol. The European Union is bad for business. It's bad for people's lives. It's bad for people's health. And I welcome the fact that we will no longer be living under their regulatory regime. I think it's important to put on the record the opinion of Martin Howe QC, who said, "There's a general principle in international law that treaty powers should be exercised in good faith, and the EU blockage of reasonable goods at risk between GB and Northern Ireland could be classed as bad faith." Indeed, that is precisely how it should be classed. And the idea that bad faith in this process has only come from one source, that is to say London, that is for the birds. Throughout this entire EU negotiation, they have used Northern Ireland as a bargaining chip. They threaten the prosperity of our people. At one point in the negotiations, they were threatening our very food supplies. But members here stand to their feet and sing the praise of this organisation. I trust our own people to govern ourselves rather than to be governed by that cabal.
And I now call Martin Anderson.
This motion does reflect the views of the majority of members in this chamber who are absolutely appalled that the British government has abandoned even a pretence of adhering to international law. Whilst Tony Blair pretended his Iraq war was legal, Boris Johnson doesn't even pretend. He's boasting about breaking international law. And as for his claim that he's protecting the Good Friday Agreement, that's a lie. We already know what British ministers like Michael Gove think of the Good Friday Agreement. He described it as wicked. Universal condemnation of the British government from people like Angela Merkel, Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, Geoffrey Cox, and presidents of groups of the European Parliament falls on deaf ears. The British government has been served formal notice by the EU that it's taken legal action against Britain for breaking the law, for acting like a rogue state. And in this place we have ministers Dodds and Putts using their ministerial power to act more like Brexiteers as opposed to executive ministers. All executive ministers know that EU law, policy and funding touches on almost every aspect of life here. Indeed, there are 156 areas of all-Ireland cooperation, and they are some of the reasons why we need EU alignment across this island. Now, Section 45 of the law-breaking bill gives the British Secretary of State, who confirmed he's breaking the law, the powers to ignore the EU requirement for goods coming in here, to renege on the Irish Protocol and on key elements of the withdrawal agreement. No, it won't. So chlorinated chicken and hormone-injected beef could go into the mouth of babes. Clause 46 of the bill overrides the power of this Assembly and the Executive and gives the British government powers to give financial assistance, probably to their friends, with no areas excluded. Health, water, electricity, education, transport are all up for grabs, allowing British ministers to run riot with matters that reside within our remit. This Assembly has refused to introduce water charges. We've objected to the privatisation of our health service, but are they going to be tried to be imposed over our heads? Now, we know only too well that it's not only Tory British ministers who use power to do favours for their friends. £500 million of public money went up in RHI smoke here, literally, so that some of that was done for their friends. Those on the opposite benches, they want us to suck it up, live in some kind of hokey-pokey Ireland with one part in the EU and another part out. Well, we're not sucking it up.
Point of order, Member Story.
Speaker, refer the comments of the member in light of the report that was carried out in regards to RHI, and will the member's comments be investigated in the light of what he has claimed in this House today, because clearly what he has said is not in keeping with what the finding of the inquiry was, and therefore I would ask her to remove and to withdraw the comments that she has made.
Just could ask members to stick to the motion, please.
I will stick to the motion. Not even some of your supporters who now realise that the 310 miles of the border partition in Ireland is not just an issue for Irish Republicans and Nationalists, it's now a problem for Unionists and Nationalist farmers and businesses, just as it's now a problem for the EU too. This day, 52 years ago, no thank you, the 5th of October, people took to the streets demanding civil rights and got their heads smashed in for doing so. 52 years on, hard-won rights are being trampled on by a British government breaking international law, and it'll likely trade away protections against torture for grubby trade deals with foreign tyrants. Disabled rights, political rights.
Mr. Story, I would ask you again for the final time this afternoon, please respect people who are speaking.
Thank you. Disabled rights, political rights, rights for carers protected by the EU are already gone. Now, whilst you on the other side of the chamber can ignore a conversation taking place about the form and the shape of the new Ireland, you can't stop it and you don't have the strategic vision to shape it. So, to the SMEs who want to trade with the EU and the rest of the world, to farmers who want their single farm payments, to students who want to enjoy the experience of Erasmus, to workers who want maternity leave and holiday pay guaranteed, to employers who do not want to juggle two sets of employment rules. There is a democratic way back into the EU. The EU Council sent us a message when it said that if this country is reunited, then the whole of Ireland will remain in the EU.
Thank you, and I call Gary Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Another day and another motion on the withdrawal agreement and the protocol. At a time when constituencies out there are struggling financially, businesses are crippled, constituents are worried about their health and the implications of COVID-19. Once again, Sinn Féin come forward with another Brit-bashing motion, a political stunt which will have no impact here in this Assembly, but in just 2 seconds, but where it will have an impact, of course they don't take their seats. I will give...
And Mr. Speaker, and indeed thank you to the Speaker for giving way, but I might have given this sort of apprehension or give this sort of false impression that this debate was going to be held in a respectful manner. And up until the last speaker, I thought that it was being done in a respectful manner. I would ask us all in this Assembly to stop this incessant Brit bashing and actually concentrate on the issues in hand.
Member has an extra minute.
Contribution, but unfortunately, it doesn't surprise me that this is the tone that we go down. The people of the Foyle constituency know exactly what Sinn Féin are like, and they have been exposed time and time again. And thankfully, the more the people realise what Sinn Féin are about, I think the better this country will be. I will give way for the last time.
Of course, as the member for Foyle who keeps the law, unlike the previous speaker, who in her tweet today was advocating that you should keep all the COVID rules. It's a pity she didn't apply the same rules when she attended the funeral of Bobby Storey.
I thank the member for his intervention. I completely agree. But again, I think that the people on all of these issues, the people aren't stupid. And people do see Sinn Féin and their hypocrisy for exactly what it is. Nationalists and Republican representatives in this chamber cannot pick and choose which parts of international agreements that they want to honour. The DUP tabled 12 amendments to the Internal Market Bill. One of them would have given this place consent over the protocol, but the SDLP voted against it. Sinn Féin didn't turn up to vote against it. It seems to be that some members in their parties in this chamber think that only the provisions in the Belfast Agreement and international agreements that benefit nationalists are what matter. Though whatever the circumstances approached by Sinn Féin, the SDLP and the Alliance Party is not acceptable. Sadly, local politicians have been used by the European Union over the course of this past 4 years. For the EU, this was never about protecting peace in Northern Ireland. It has always been the case that the EU just cannot accept the fact that the United Kingdom voted to leave the European Union, and they cannot get over it. The EU continue to use Northern Ireland as a weapon to punish the United Kingdom as a whole. It is my hope that the members across the chamber will soon recognise this fact. The reality is that the EU are failing to honour their own international commitments as set out in the withdrawal agreement. The Northern Ireland Protocol states in Article 1 that it is without prejudice to the provisions of the 1998 agreement regarding the constitutional standing of Northern Ireland. It goes on and states that it respects the essential state functions and territorial integrity of the United Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, the problem is that the EU have not respected these aims. They have never fully understood the Belfast Agreement. They have never respected the principle of consent. They have never recognised the sovereignty of internal UK trade. And they just will not accept the fact that East-West trade is just as important as the North-South trade to many others in this chamber. So in finalising, Mr. Speaker, I do want to say that it is disappointing once again that this motion has taken the turn that it has. I do appeal to those members of other parties who are being used by Sinn Féin, because Sinn Féin will quote this and say that the Assembly has passed this motion. Do not be used. The people have called on to Sinn Féin a long time ago. I would urge members to put Northern Ireland first and foremost and ensure that we get the best for our citizens here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I call Emma Sheeran.
and I rise to support this motion. The Internal Market Bill, according to the British Government, will prevent further divergence between the North and Britain, something that many would argue Brexit itself has made inevitable. Setting aside the fact that we're operating in a contested territory with a history of conflict and competing narratives, and that our systems are intrinsically different to those in Britain, one obvious issue on which the North is already in stark contrast to the UK is on the provision of rights. We are at a rights deficit when compared to Britain. We don't have a single Equality Act here in the North and have relied on the EU for most of our rights protections up until this point. Given how rights were denied and distributed in the past, this is a sensitive subject, and protections are powerful. Many of the rights that we've now come to take for granted, such as the right to parental leave, the guarantee of equal pay regardless of race, gender or religion, have been in place because of EU directives. The Irish Protocol gave us a promise that leaving the EU wouldn't automatically mean losing these things. An example of this is in the fact that in Annex 1 of the Protocol, EU directives on equal treatment in the workplace are included. No, thank you very much, after you spoke to my colleague the way you did. The Internal Market Bill, on the other hand, potentially gives the British Government the power to override these things. We've seen in recent times that in terms of immigration law, the British Government regard us all as British, even though the Good Friday Agreement stated that we could be British, Irish or both, as per a person's own identity. I have to renounce a British identity that I have never had, and however much that might grate on me, it doesn't change my ability to work. But it now looks like post-Brexit, civil service employees, for example, will have to have a British nationality. For those not born in the North and not automatically treated as British by virtue of a birth certificate, that presents a significant challenge. When the Chief Executive of the Human Rights Commission presented to our Executive Office Committee a couple of weeks ago, I asked him if it was likely that we're going to have a situation whereby Irish passport holders are going to end up with more rights in terms of free movement than British passport holders. He told me that all through negotiations, they were told that there would be an inevitable asymmetry in rights. Gardaí in the 26 counties can ask for passports from non-EU citizens. Post-Brexit, a British passport holder from the North is a non-EU citizen. Does this mean you have to carry your passport if you're British, but I don't because I'm Irish? Of course, in terms of the continued access to and exercise of EU rights, opportunities and benefits for Irish citizens in the North, we still have no clarity as to whose responsibility this will be. It's already been acknowledged that for cross-border justice cooperation, no deal is going to leave us with a gap in law enforcement capability generally. I'm lucky enough to have been born in the 90s, but with one parent from another jurisdiction on this island, crossing the border was a common feature of my childhood. My memories of soldiers peering in through the window as we drove over Lifford Bridge are few, but fraught with fear and anxiety that I inherited. We do not want to go back to army checkpoints. For anyone who lives on or around the border, this isn't something you endure once or twice a month, whilst on a visit to your granny safe in the knowledge that you'd soon be enjoying contraband Coca-Cola hidden from your mother, but instead a daily inconvenience. Imagine having to present your passport, no thank you, and going through a checkpoint on your way to work in the morning, or on your way to get groceries on a Saturday, or with your children in the back seat as you collect them from school. We don't know that this will be a reality. We're less than 3 months out and we don't know. For EU migrants who have made their home here, it looks like they're going to have to require an ETA to go into the 26 counties, making constant applications in order to commute. So if you're a person born in Portugal but now playing football in Dungannon, you'd need an ETA if they draw a team from Mahon or Cavan or Donegal in the Ulster Championship. Whilst that's an example that trivialises this issue, for our migrant population, many of whom will have language barriers and the challenges of racism and stereotyping to deal with, this is yet another barrier, yet another attack on their rights, isolating and disenfranchising a group of people who have come here to make a better life and who enrich and bring diversity to our society. The Charter went further than the Convention to protect immigration rights, and now the Tories are trying to give themselves Henry VIII powers to override EU immigration legislation post-Brexit. The Protocol and the Withdrawal Agreement protected our rights, as listed in the ECHR and the Good Friday Agreement, via two mechanisms: the non-diminution of rights, in layman's terms, a guarantee from the British Government not to roll back on rights, and then a dedicated mechanism, funding and powers to human rights organisations who work here in the North to hold them to that promise. The Internal Market Bill risks both of these measures, and considering the British Government's form, I have grave concerns. Cormac.
Thank you. And I call Pat Cadney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to support the motion. Mr. Speaker, though I was shocked when it came to light that this Tory government intended to deliberately break international law, I originally did not worry. I did not worry because the time again it has come to change concrete policy on a whim based on whether the Lord Emperor Cummings has had his morning coffee or not. So I have waited patiently for the inevitable backtracking and U-turn, but here we are today with the EU actively beginning a formal legal process against the UK, and still we have no movement from the Prime Minister. The arrogance of his post-Empire delusion has now gone completely overboard. We laugh and mock when the President of the United States gets up to this nonsense. Anybody watching the government benches in Westminster will be able to see that the Trumpism is alive and well in Britain. The Internal Market Bill is just one more example of a Tory government that will do anything to get back to its self-perceived glory days at anyone's expense. We are at a critical point. The end of the year is only around the corner, and without action now, our businesses, our employees, and all our citizens will suffer. To that point, I note with interest, in response to my written question, that the Minister for the Economy said that she had frequently discussions with the United Kingdom Business Secretary and Northern Ireland Secretary in the run-up to the publication of the Internal Market Bill. I wonder if she did her bit as a Minister of this executive to voice the concerns of businesses and citizens here who now face a cliff edge in January with seemingly no prospect of a positive outcome. Mr. Speaker, I can only base my decisions in this chamber on my own life experiences. I opened my first businesses when I was young. Some suppliers gave me a chance and worked hard to repeatedly build up that trust with them so I could be supported throughout my career. And that is the only way to build a successful agreement. Throughout building trust. Without trust, there is no possible way forward, no chance of success, and only hurt and despair for all involved. Due to the actions of the disillusioned British government, there is no trust. They have shown time and time again that they will willingly break their agreements. More significantly for us, they have shown that they could not care less about Northern Ireland. They tell us they are looking out for us while threatening us with food shortages and tearing up agreements designed to protect us from the worst impacts of their own disastrous vanity projects. We in this chamber must say clearly that the British government must honour the withdrawal agreement to protect jobs, our businesses and our future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise once again on behalf of the Alliance Party to speak on the subject of Brexit. I must say it does feel a bit like Groundhog Day with the amount of motions we've debated thus far, and I'm probably confident there's been more heat rather than light that's come out of this. The Alliance Party is, however, keen to ensure that a successful negotiation is concluded and an outcome is made. However, it is unhelpful that this Assembly to use this issue to vent long-held resentment towards the EU or the UK Government. The right thing for this Assembly to do is to call on both sides to negotiate in good faith to secure the best possible outcome for the lives and livelihoods for the people of Northern Ireland. The UK Government's willingness to break international law is not good faith negotiation. It reduces the chances of a comprehensive free trade agreement. We are not naive about the negotiating process, but the UK Government's expression of its willingness to break international law was a mistake and has made the deal more difficult. My party has been consistent from the start, Mr. Speaker. We supported Remain. We wouldn't be having the debate today if we were remaining within the European Union. We were against the withdrawal agreement and we supported an extension to the transition period, especially important in light of the economic circumstances we face in the context of COVID-19. However, regrettably, we are where we are, and the only option that remains is for both sides to negotiate in good faith and to strike a deal that's best for Northern Ireland. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Justin McNulty.
I rise to support the motion, even though it feels a bit like a repeat of previous motions, but there is still merit in revising the arguments. The Ireland Protocol contains vital protections for the North and for the whole island of Ireland. The Protocol is no one's first choice for our island, but it is a necessary response and compromise that's been forced by the hard Brexit ideology of the right-wing ideologues in Downing Street. The Internal Market Bill is a blatant, irresponsible instrument that seeks to override the Ireland Protocol. It recklessly threatens the Good Friday Agreement in substance and spirit. Right now, businesses want to see the Protocol implemented in a way that works. Right now, businesses want maximum access to both the UK and the EU markets. Right now, businesses want and need clear and unambiguous information on where they stand and what the future holds so that they can plan and prepare. Right now, businesses and communities know that the way to achieve this is for the UK to abide by its treaty obligations and work constructively to implement the Ireland Protocol. They know if you try to assert exclusive sovereignty over this part of Ireland, you are doomed to failure. Are we here just going to be the collateral damage of Tory ideologues' Brexit bonkers? The Good Friday Agreement recognised the importance of shared sovereignty over 20 years ago and recognised the importance of the EU, the UK, Northern Exec and Dublin government involvement. The British government's threatened divergence from previously agreed international agreements breaks the law. It is incredible that there are those members opposite who are cool with that. A member opposite spoke of cynicism. Well, he cannot be cynical about the SDLP's commitment to the EU and to the values of respect, human dignity and human rights, freedom, democracy, equality and the rule of law. I am a proud Irishman and a proud citizen of Europe. I abhor that my rights as an EU citizen are being stripped away and that there are those in this chamber who are going along with it to appease Tory overlords. No, I want to get home. That cannot be allowed to happen. My rights and the rights of every EU citizen, every Irish citizen must be protected. The Ireland Protocol must be honoured. I support the motion.
Thank you. And I call Jim Allister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So here we are, third successive week in which we have been debating a motion so that Sinn Féin and other Europhiles can beat their chests and vent their spleen about Brexit and effectively howl at the moon about the fact that we're leaving the EU. 3 weeks of the same thing, interspersed only with the interesting fact that last week Sinn Féin minister proposed a Brexit enabling bill to this House. It was a welcome break in that particular litany of approach. But this is a motion built upon, let's use a kind word, a misconception. The misconception that international law in some way trumps domestic law, that in some way it trumps parliamentary sovereignty. It does neither. It's a fundamental rule of our Constitution that no treaty can change our law without an Act of Parliament giving effect to it. And the Act of Parliament that gave effect to this treaty was the Withdrawal Act of 2020. Section 38 could not have been clearer. Nothing in this Act derogates from the sovereignty of Parliament. Joe Mahon, QC, has already been referred to by Mr. Stalford. He's no friend of the government. He's the founder of the Good Law Project that has brought many challenges over Brexit. But he said this: If parliamentary sovereignty means anything, it means Parliament can enact legislation that breaches international law. That's Mr. Europe himself speaking. That's so. Yes?
For giving way, because neither Ms Sheeran nor Mr McNulty chose to, both of which mentioned rights and equality. The member will recall from the time when I was blissfully employed by him in his European office that there was a time when the only people that it was legal to discriminate against in the entirety of Europe were people from Northern Ireland from a Protestant community background applying for jobs in the police. And who gave the permission, made the accommodation to allow that to happen? Maybe the member could illuminate the House on that.
Yes, of course.
The member has an extra minute.
The member has emerged very well from his difficult background, I must say, and he's done very well, and I take some pride in that. But the member's right. Of course, all of that was EU induced, and of course, the British government had to seek an exemption from the very European Convention of Human Rights to bring in that discrimination. And the people campaigning today weren't campaigning then about any of those matters. So let's be very clear. Parliament can do and undo, and that's perfectly lawful, and that is within parliamentary sovereignty. But to hear Sinn Féin pontificating about upholding the rule of law, that, I have to say, has a special resonance all of its own. And particularly to hear it from the member from Foyle, who to this day is proud of her own breaking of the law as a bomber. A party which in more recent times has been more than happy to break the law on COVID restrictions. But here they are today, pontificating about someone daring to break the law. Such dissembling. And the dissembling doesn't end there. Pretending concern over job losses and business failures. Those are the very things they want to preserve by supporting the protocol. Because it is the protocol that threatens jobs. It's the protocol that fetters our trade with our biggest market. It's the protocol that will put businesses out of business. It is the protocol that will take money out of the pockets of our consumers to pay the extra tariffs and the extra customs. And yet here they come with a motion, with crocodile tears, about threats to business and job losses, when the very thing they're supporting is the very thing that will do that. Does Sinn Féin care? No. Because the ideological achievement of driving a border down the Irish Sea trumps everything for Sinn Féin. My only regret is that some who should know better, some who recognise the pattern of needless motions, nonetheless will egg them on today by voting for that motion. It's time they drew a line and realised where they've been led. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call John O'Dowd to close and wind the debate, and the member has 10 minutes.
I'm actually not sure where to start because Paul Given threw me altogether in his introductory remarks. He started off as explaining in his view what international law is, and he's perfectly entitled to do that. He then went on to bring up the leaders of the 1916 Rising and his concerns with how they would feel where Sinn Féin is at the minute in regards our position in relation to Brexit, Europe, etc. And then he went on to question our Republican Socialist credentials on the world stage. And I sat and listened to him and wondered, have I entered a different time zone? Have I entered a world where things have completely turned upside down? And then I realised what was going on. It's a classic example of distraction politics. Talk about something else other than what we want to talk about, or what you don't want to hear your base talk about, or your supporters talk about, or farmers talk about, or factory workers talk about. Because the reality is this: Many within the unionist community have serious concerns about Brexit, and where the DUP and the Ulster Unionist Party, who followed the DUP, have brought them to. And we see that in terms of where the Ulster Farmers Union position has got to, where they're expressing serious concerns. We see that in terms of where the business sector has got to in expressing serious concerns about where Brexit has led them. And I'm sure in Gary Middleton's constituency, there are serious concerns as to where Brexit has led everyone.
Would the member be aware?
I will briefly.
Thank you very much. I'm just a bit disappointed that the members joined us with Simon Coveney and various other people on unions planning. And I think members of this party, and I'm not speaking for your own party on the side of us as well, but actually we know very clearly what our constituents want, and it's not a border down the middle of the Irish Sea.
I'm not here to question what your constituents want or don't want. You delivered the border down the Irish Sea. I didn't. Gentlemen and women on this side of the chamber delivered the border down the Irish Sea. I didn't, and hence the reason why I'm pointing out the fact that you're trying to distract the debate away from where we are. So let's move on. So I'm going to move back not to 1916 but to 2016, because the question is constantly, or the points constantly raised in this chamber. Oh, Sinn Féin didn't support the EU back in 1970, or the EEC back in 1970. It reminds me of some debates among the left. Oh, you didn't do this, and where were you? You weren't on the barricades when we were on the barricades. Where were you? Party political changes or positions evolve. Party debates take place. Changes happen on a global scale, on a local scale, and parties move with those changes. But I want to reference 2016, because I was in the executive in 2016 and then out. I was also sitting in this chamber in 2016. And as we moved towards the debate on Brexit, it was quite often you would see the DUP branches empty, because there was a major debate going on within the DUP as to what position they would take on Brexit. There was more meetings in the third floor in the DUP rooms than there was in this chamber, as orders came from Westminster onto what position the DUP should adopt. And the DUP MPs in Westminster, who had fallen into the influence of much older, much more stranger men in terms of the European Research Group, were sending back word that they needed to support Brexit. So in 2016, as this debate was moving forward, the DUP didn't even have a position on Brexit. Not at the moment. I will let you in, don't you worry about it. They didn't have a position on Brexit. And then they adopted, we will support Brexit. And they moved forward and they supported Brexit. I'll let you in a moment. And they have brought it to a position where what have they delivered? A potential border down the Irish Sea, economic damage, competition which has never been seen before to their farmers, and also competition which has never been seen before to the business sector. So when they sat in the third floor in their party room, listening to either the pleas or the orders from their MPs to support Brexit, they made a huge mistake. But there's always an opportunity to correct that mistake. I'll let Mr. Story in, and then I'm going to move on.
Thank the member for letting us in. Maybe I could just clarify for the member who has been a member of the DUP since I was 15. We don't take our instructions from London, and unlike the party opposite, we don't have an army council that gives us our instructions either.
Well, I've been a member of Sinn Féin from I was 18, and I don't take instructions from anywhere else other than the Ard Comhairle of Sinn Féin. So another distraction from Mr. Story. The reality is, in mid-2016, you didn't have a position on Brexit until you were told by your MPs in Westminster what you needed to do. And now, since then, you have become avid Brexiteers, despite the fact that this government, and Mr. Aiken says we're not allowed to Brit bash. I'm not really a Brit basher, to be honest with you. But Mr. Aiken then went on to bash United States politicians, European politicians, and Irish politicians. So let's not bash anybody. Let's speak about what's happening and what has happened, what our experiences are. I'll be honest with you, when a British Prime Minister or a Minister stands at the dispatch box in Westminster and makes a statement, I have difficulty in believing anything they tell me. Real difficulty, because experience has taught me that. Now, that doesn't mean there hasn't been honourable Westminster MPs, ministers, and even Prime Ministers who stretch themselves for peace in Ireland, and I respect them for various parts of that. But the fair reality is, we have never been served well from the dispatch box in Westminster. Hence the reason we have a local assembly. Hence the reason that we come together here and we try to work out things among ourselves. I recall when Ian Paisley Sr. was proposing that him and Martin evict the ANIO from Stormont Castle. He says, Martin, you and I, we can run this place better than anybody. And I think at times we show potential for that. We show huge potential for our people. But the reality is, as long as the DUP and others are tied to the right-wing tail of the Tory party, it's always going to cause difficulties for this society. So why don't we govern better for ourselves? Why don't we collectively turn around and say, the will of the people here is this, that we shouldn't have Brexit, that Brexit is bad for business, bad for farming, bad for our community, bad for investment, and now we have our government who has turned around once again. They're going to break an international agreement. And I'll come on to Mr Allister in a minute, but they're going to break an international agreement to negotiate with the EU. Now, they've broken agreements with the DUP. They're now going to break international agreements. What's to say they're not going to break future agreements with you? Whatever assurances Boris has given, or whoever has given to the DUP and others, what's to say they're not going to break that again? Which brings me back to the point that we are better governing ourselves than allowing others to do it to us. Now, Mr Allister, I'm not going to get into a legal argument with a barrister. I have more sense than that. But does anybody remember Gina Miller? Do you remember Gina Miller brought a court case to the Supreme Court arguing the point that Parliament was supreme, that the will of Parliament had to be listened to? Do you see the very people now who are arguing that Parliament's will is supreme are the very people who demonised Gina Miller, who demonised the woman who ensured that Parliament had a say in the Brexit negotiations, who ensured that Parliament was the body that voted on the withdrawal agreement they're about to break. So you can't have it both ways, folks. You can't stand here and tell me as an Irish Republican that Parliament is supreme and then follow on the coattails of the people who so harshly criticised Gina Miller for making sure that your Parliament did have a say on it. Quickly.
Miller's case that led to the very declaration by the Supreme Court that Parliament is supreme. Now, that wasn't probably... that created the principle, and that's the principle which informs the recent legislation and the treaty.
Well, you read it on to this point then. You have a sovereign Parliament whose government negotiates an international agreement, who then endorses that agreement, cannot break that agreement. You can't have a new negotiation. You can't, your negotiators can go away and negotiate with other countries and bring back a restructured agreement. But you cannot unilaterally break an international agreement. I'm not giving away because I'm only a minute left. It leaves you open to criticism, and also it leaves you open to suspicion, which leaves me on this point. In the absence of a trade agreement, the part of these islands that will suffer the most is here.
Members, time's up.
We will suffer the most, so there's an urgency on us all to ensure that the message is sent out quite clearly. Honour your agreements.
Thank you, members. And the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Okay. Well, as members understand, then, as we have social distancing policies and measures in place, then it's very difficult to make a call on the result of the vote. I'm content to take the vote again, and if we still have dissenting voices, then the House will divide. Motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The House will divide. The House will divide. Clear lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes, and I would remind everybody that we should continue to uphold social distancing, and the members who have proxy voting arrangements in place should not come to the chamber. Okay, members, just some order in the chamber now. Okay, members, just take your seats for a moment, please. Okay. Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Do we have tellers? Okay, members. The tellers for aye are Kiva Archibald and Martina Anderson. The no tellers are Gary Middleton and Mervyn Storey. Before the Assembly divides, I want to remind you that, as per Standing Order 112, the Assembly currently has proxy voting arrangements in place. Members who have authorised another member to vote on their behalf are not entitled to vote in person and should not enter the lobbies. I also remind you to ensure that social distancing continues to be observed while the division is taking place. Please be patient at all times and follow the instructions of the lobby clerks. Clear lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Okay, members, all resume their seats. Yep. Clerk, could you please read the result?
84 members voted. 46 members voted aye. 38 members voted no. The motion is carried.
Okay, members, the motion is carried. Unfasten the doors. And members, the item 6 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed.